Hi. Where's Spotify? I lose it every time. It goes behind so many things. Hello, hi, welcome. How are you all? Our lovely winner today is Turnip. Well, hello, Turnip. Hi, Doc. Y'all are all that here. I want to go watch Shakespeare really quick. Not gonna lie. I need to untangle this. What the freak? What the freak? How are you two? Actually, I know Doc isn't doing too well. Doc has a stupid ear infection. But that's just allowed for me. There's so many pages. What are the things which I need? Dude, Shakespeare is not... Okay, that's good. That's good, though. We take that. Hold on, I'll switch the screen in a second. I'm fixing other things. There we go. I need to also fix my webcam. Hello, hi. I didn't, like, focus it, because not gonna lie, I was watching Shakespeare, and I was locked into that, and then I realized, oh, it's time to stream. There, scoop. Okay. Hello. Ooh, what's Fox doing? Just looking at some film stuff. Anyways, hello, hi, welcome. I hope you are all well. This is what learning my monologue is looking like. I think I'm gonna write it out. What is that? Oh my god, my little guy from work. I forgot I had this in here. Oh, I must have had this with me when I went to work. Anyways. Never try to learn a monologue a day before. Here. I have no clue. Anyways, there's water there. Oh, I put water there. We are playing Resident Evil Requiem today. Well, however long I can, because like I said, I do need to finish learning this monologue. I have like 80% of it memorized. It's like the last little section that I need to learn to charge my phone. Charge my phone. Hello, Goomba. How are you? Oh my god. I need to write it down, I think. You guys are all subjected to me learning my monologue as we sit here because I need to learn it. And you know, it'll get me to speak it out loud more. I turned off my fan and now it feels like so quiet in my room. My streak? No, did you lose your streak? Were you here last stream? I feel like you were. So fucking cute? What you mean by that? I don't want that song. I do want one song. But live-ish? That is good, that is good. I broke this message down to Nikki earlier. Oh, I typed hi and then never sent it. Here, you guys get a hi because I never hit send on that. I fucking went through it last night because for FYI, I decided kind of yesterday for sure that I want to go to auditions. So I'm going to the audition today, which means I had to learn a monologue. And usually that's fine. You know, you learn in base little monologue. I was learning Shakespeare. I'm happy at least I understand Shakespeare and I picked up a monologue. The two monologues I had in choice, I understood. This has been the worst thing ever to learn because my brain deforms sentences and then these are already deformed, so then it puts it back to normal and I'm like, no. I need to say it like how this is. So I've been losing my mind. I had a whole crash out and then I was trying on my drive home to like recite the monologue and I was crashing out so much because I couldn't make it flow and I couldn't actually speak the words even though I had them memorized. And then I got home and realized it sounded like a girl talking on the phone, gossiping to her girly friends about how she just broke up with her boyfriend, and then I learned it. So, you know, we take what we can get. But I didn't learn the full thing. I had like 2 little sections left to memorize. These, then gotta put the beat then you gotta put the arch in the back. Let the hair stand. But that's how I am. Other than that, like I am doing well. I had to work this weekend, which was awful. It wasn't awful, but it was awful. I had to go to work. Don't like that. Don't like having to go to work. But it was fine. I got to see a lot of friends. But yeah, I'm still learning this monologue and I'm going through it. I'm excited to play Resident Evil, though I can't stream for long today because, like I said, I need to finish learning this monologue. I'm gonna go crazy. I'm gonna go crazy learning this. I'm not gonna throw up, but I'm gonna throw up because I'm nervous. Which is good. It's a good feeling. But now I'm nervous to even recite the monologue to you, and I have to go do that to my... I have to go do an audition, and I can't, like, use my friend to practice unless I get there early because she's running the auditions. So she's gonna be there getting everybody's paperwork, so I can't, like, kidnap her. I should text her. That was, like, the epitome. I should call her. Where you two know I almost have the whole monologue memorized, but I've been losing my mind. Oh, I almost typed her a 0. Anyways, how was everybody else in chat? Anything happened over the weekends? My brain's just like, man, if nobody's here, I should just go learn a monologue. The end of this monologue is so weird. It's okay. It's okay. I just needed the end to be memorized. I'm gonna get there early and kidnap you. This is I love texting like an old man, and like speaking of which maybe I am. Hold on. Keith said, "Wait, aren't you you're not streaming?" I'm stressed. Okay. I'm losing my goddamn mind, everybody. Anyways, I love you all. I wish I should just put Leon up somewhere. I need Leon to like just be staring at us and giving me emotional support. This also is Mr. X, and I don't. Oh my god, you guys. I made B play Resident Evil 2. She really wanted to play it, so when she came over, instead of watching One Piece, we played Resident Evil 2. Oh my god. Do you guys have any friends who, like, genuinely don't really play games? Especially on the PC, since, like, a lot of us are PC gamers and or, like, play relatively a lot of games. No, Leon. I dropped him. But because, like, B plays games. She plays Kingdom Hearts and Nier, but it's mainly on... I think she has it on PlayStation? I'll have to ask her. I forget what she has, but she has it on a console. But so she plays some games, and she has played some games on her laptop, and, like, not major league games. So watching her play Resident Evil was such an experience. We have a quote that she put in our friend server. She responded to me. Hehe. Kiva said, "Hi, Twitch." Cries. My only response to her. Anyways, where's this goddamn quote? We were playing Resident Evil 2. She was doing the puzzle, like you have to scroll for the little like lock. And it was the names of all of Leon's coworkers. I told her, "Eva, don't play games. Playing a game can be interesting." It was. And this was a mere slip of her mind. I don't know why she thought it in this way. But I told her, okay, now try N, because we were guessing through the things. I was like, okay, it's either that or that. And I was like, okay, so now try N. She presses the N key. And I look at her, I was like, no, don't press N, scroll to end. And I want you to know, this wasn't the first time we did this puzzle. We had done the other 2 letters, and then suddenly on that one, when I told her to try N, she decided to click the letter N instead of scrolling to N. Anyways, I also corrected her form of her hand because she would not keep her hand like resting on WASD and shift. She kept her pinky up off of shift, and she only kept a finger on W. And then she would use her A finger, so her ring finger, to press shift when she needed to, but then she couldn't press A or D. Thank you. I'm trying to boost myself today for going into a monologue that I don't know. Kiva did boost me and saying it's okay. I forget her name. I'm not gonna say her name either way. Forgot half of her monologue for Christmas Carol, and she still got cast. I was like, okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I know the first half of this monologue so well. It's just the end of it, which I know. I just don't know the last section. Anyways, yeah, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me. Also, she was conserving a lot of ammo. And in some cases, I'm like, that's fine. She was on standard in Resident Evil, so I'm like, okay, it's fine. Just conserve some ammo. Also, she was, she's not here, so I can say it. She was using a lot of knives and grenades, and my little brain is like, oh no, she's gonna really struggle with the plant guys later because those are one shot. Anyways, she was conserving so much ammo that at times I'm like, you can shoot them. You can shoot the zombies. You don't have to just like run away from them or like get hit by them and then run. You've used so much. She's used so much health. And I'm like, you can shoot them, girly. You have a shotgun. You can shoot the zombies in the head. It was so funny. I was so distressed. You can shoot them. I just got told, yep, you have an ear infection. Take some well, you should take that. Ear infection is fucking awful because that's just so irritating. It is an infection. It is in the ear. It's very irritating. Let me shut up. I've been losing my mind. Anyways, that's fucked up. Hopefully it clears up fast. I mean, once you start taking antibiotics or something to help with it, it should clear up fast. Hopefully. Okay. I got a friend to try out Halo after like an hour of goofing around trying to figure out if all the new gamers suck at controlling the camera. I discovered she had been using the fucking track. What do you mean the trackpad? Oh my god. There are times of which I had to use a trackpad, but I will always opt to just get one of those cheap, like the cheap little ones that they give for laptop that aren't really made for gaming to like USB connect. Trackpad. I should get my my tablet, my old drawing tablet, find the connection for that and play games on that. I think that would be very funny. Never bought a mouse. That's crazy. Because, like, also in general, I hate using the trackpad for even just normal laptop work. Like, no. Get yourself a mouse. There's someone who ironically used crab claw. That's crazy. Who messaged me? It's B. She knows I'm talking about her. Sorry, just her. Okay, good bedtime. Let's not have a sad song. I don't want that one. I want this song again. I still have Shakespeare monologue up. We are gonna finish learning this monologue together, okay? Okay? I'm keeping you to this. Anyways, back to B. It was so funny watching her play. And then we got to a part of the game because she had played a certain portion of it already on a friend's computer. So she had played up until you first meet Ada. And so she had never encountered Mr. X. And I kid you not, I had to coach her. I was like, okay, you're gonna run back over there. And she was like, what do you mean? I was like, don't worry, you're just gonna run back over there. And I'm like, okay, now you're just gonna have to run past him. You're just gonna have to run. And then, you know what girly has, like, especially for anybody who plays horror here. Usually in horror games, at all times, you're kind of in danger. In Resident Evil 2, once you encounter Mr. X the first time, he's always chasing you. She sat in her room without pausing one time, and I, like, slammed my hand on the escape button, because I'm like, he is chasing. I've just told you, girly, he is chasing you at all times. You cannot just stand here. You cannot just stand here. You cannot just stand here without pausing the game at all. It was crazy. But there were times that I have a screen cap. I should put it in the Discord. I'm gonna put it in the Discord. I'm gonna put it in game pictures. We unfortunately had an encounter with Mr. X that she was panicking. Perfectly fine. Valid reason. And then at the point of which I took this screenshot, Mr. X is about to punch us. And I said, I'm taking the wheel. I'm taking the wheel. And Jesus took the wheel. I took the wheel and I got us out of there. And I basically did a loop and put us right back where we were. So then she took over. I said, no, I got you. I got you. Don't worry. I got you. I had to take the wheel and play the game for her because I think she would have died. I think she would have died. She would have panicked. Me too, respectfully. But also I've realized I'm like, I think I play so much horror that I'm like, no, this is okay. This is my normal afternoon. What do you mean you're scared? It's just a zombie. So it was very funny watching her play and her being scared. I'm like, it's fine, just run. She's like screaming. I'm like, it's fine, just run. It's okay, just run. It's so weird. It's so weird when you encounter people who don't play either games in general and or specifically for me, horror. It's kind of crazy. Goober, I can't believe your friend hadn't bought a mouse. Just like I said, that's just annoying in general. Did I do everything I needed to before stream? I don't know. I didn't do my planner. I will say. Did I do everything that I needed to? I did do that a little bit. I did that. I just didn't skate. My daily tracker was pretty good last week, but I need to do that for this week. So 31st. We're just writing quick notes. Where your friends at? Bitch, where your friends at? My main spread for March is very yellow. Is there anything? No, there's nothing important on this besides One Piece live action. Very organized, very. If I treat it like a game, I think I will get things done more. I do love this spread. This was a very fun color. Anyways, treating it like a video game is very fun. And I like to fill in the squares. So I think it's gonna help me. Oh, hey, B. I wasn't talking about you. Oh, good. She do not have earbuds. She cannot hear me talk shit. Hello, Ted. Very organized. Oh my god. Oh my god. You guys want to learn Shakespeare with me? I'm so overwhelmed. I'm so overwhelmed. How's my keys? Friends at? Where your friends at? What's the word I'm looking for? Bitch, where your friends at? What's that word I'm looking for? What's that word? No, say that. Perjured. What the fuck is that word? What the frick does perjured everywhere mean? He perjured. When is it? So this boy loved perjured everywhere. He busted everywhere? That's what I'm hearing. He perjured everywhere. Anyways, what's the last bit of this that I needed to memorize? I like to write it out, but I also don't want to write too much out. This is all that is on this page. If I memorize this like it's a chismosas session, just spilling the chismoso, it is very easy because I ate a bag of chips last night. I ate a bag of chips. Hi, Mr. Pants. I ate a bag of chips last night trying to like memorize it. I was like, oh my god, sitting on my bed, like leaned back, just eating my chips. I was like, this sounds like I'm just telling like the hottest gossip of the year. How happy? How happy, not how happy. How happy some or other can be. Through Athens, I am known as fair as she. Is that? Sorry, I locked eyes with that. Oh my god, the lily spinning on the chair is so funny. The little guy spin. As a little rundown for today, we are playing Resident Evil Requiem. I did say last week that I wanted to try to beat it, which means I would have had to stream for a long time. Unfortunately, since I'm going somewhere now afterwards, I cannot stream for a very long time, so I'm not aiming to try to beat it today. which does pain me a lot because I do wish to beat it so I can see the end of it. Unfortunately, can't do anything about that. But we will just enjoy the ride. I need to find one thing. There's one note that I haven't found yet. I don't know if I missed it. It doesn't matter if I missed it because I'm going to play the game again. So, so be it. Because I was still looking for the 1998 notes. Dude, I really love this chapstick. I always hesitated buying this because I have this, but in tin form. I actually don't know where this one is. Actually, I do know exactly where this one is. I should get that out. But I bought it in a little tube form, and I actually do really like it in the tube form. I did buy it in, I almost said in the French version. In the French version? No, in the strawberry version. I said French because it has French on it. Like, I'm sorry, there's French on it. It's not the French version, though. But it's strawberry, and I do love it. The strawberry is very nice. The normal is very nice, too. Okay. I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my mind. Have I told you guys I'm gonna lose my mind? The crash out of all crash outs that I had last night, learning this goddamn monologue, was very large. Oh. Oh, I listened to this and then didn't respond. Anyways, fuck it up, girly. You are smart, so put that effort in and like you be straight A student, honestly. Fuck it up. No fanfic in morning. Banned. Literally listened to B's voice memo and then didn't fucking respond to her. Oopsie. I only got done with the PC. Oh, how is the PC? Okay. Okay, have you tried out the PC now? Have you fully tried it out? How did assembly go? Give me all the rundown. Tell me everything. Cooper. Tell me everything of what just happened. I was like, why can't I hear a lot of things? I turned down my headphones. It's so good. Fuck yeah. We do love that. I do love a good new PC, especially if you like upgrade your stuff and it's like, wow, this is working so much better when you come from nothing. Think about to turn on my phone. Oh, El Bebe will get my blood pressure, my heart rate up. I have a GPU yet? That will be added with my next salary. Real as hell. Your poor computer, you're running it without a GPU, which is crazy. I have done that before, and by that, I've streamed before without a GPU because it unplugged itself, and I was just playing Cookie Clicker. But for somehow I managed to stream without it. It was a very odd night. My computer blue screened. It was very weird. But you know, that's fine. It was so worth the hassle. It really is a hassle. I like cord managing. Didn't do it on my last PC. Did a little bit more on this PC. So at least the front looks better. Gave up on the back. But I hate putting CPUs in. I make my brother do that. And I hate putting in any of the like my RAM or GPU. I hate clicking that in because I hate the crunch. I'm so scared of crunching it. Oh my god. I had a friend to help me out with assembly because I'm a dumbass. Real. So yes. Especially like I don't know if you got any pretty parts. And by pretty I mean having the RGB in it because I really like having lights on my computer. It's a night light at night. I love it. But when you start it up like that and then it boots up, it's so fun. I love it. I have extra like fans in mine too that are all RGB. I think I have all Corsair because I have a Corsair liquid cooler for my CPU. Does this computer have its own? Oh, it did. My PC came with some of its own RGB lights, but they match the other Corsair that I have. But then my RAM is Corsair, so it also has RGB. That's also worth a lot now. Like my PC has a lot of money in it now because of the stupid inflation. Because of AI. Got a lot of worth in this. Hee. I have it's a byproduct and have the budget for it. No, that's real as hell. It is a lot. One, prices have gone up now too, so it's a little bit more. But They also wear a little bit more to begin with. But it's still so pretty. Honestly, that's all that matters. Even just having a little bit of RGBs from the case sometimes, so pretty. But no matter what, we love a good PC. We love a PC that works. I would show you mine. But one, I would just have to flip the camera around. But also two, the like glass case, the window of it is kind of really dirty. So like, we're not gonna show that. I did get a really pretty case. So I can be, ooh, you can prettyfy it later. I have thought about it because oh my god, I could put in there. I have like, guess who's off work for the rest of the day? Fuck yeah. Doc, I hope you feel better. Like, I hope it gets better. Like, it doesn't get any worse than it is already. But Goomber, I thought about it because I buy decals for like either my water bottles or for my my car. Like I put a side duck on my car. And I was like, oh my god, I could put those stickers on my PC. Like the glass part. I could put a figure in there too, but I'm not gonna do that also because it's really dusty in there. And I haven't dusted it out in a while. Because I do not feel like doing that. Don't have a prescription yet, but it hasn't gone. Okay, fair. Hopefully you get it by today. Like, even if it's by the end of the day, hopefully you get it. I feel all over the place. I don't want Backstreet Boys. The song's honestly kind of gross, but it has a really nice tune. Lay all your love on me? Yeah. Not Kiva trying to calm me down as I'm screaming at her, just, I think because I expect highly of me to murmur it. Only my limit. What a wombo combo of emotes I've made. What a wombo combo. I really love that little tiefling tail. Little Harley tail. She's so cute. I miss her. I say as we keep on backburning Baldur's Gate. Guess what? I did. Where's this bitch ass? I told Jordy that I might not be able to play Deadlock for a couple months if I get into this show. Hi, Kev. And then he says, that sucks. As your friend, do hope you don't get a part. Just so we could play games. And I'm like, real as hell. Kev, I had to work with Fake You again yesterday. It feels weird when it's the Fake You. He's perfectly fine, so I never mean it of ill will, but I'm like, yeah. This isn't the Kevin I know. This isn't Kev. Who are you? Especially since you both have longer hair too. It's so funny. Not fake me. Yeah, fake you. He's only ever there. He too is like you of only having one spot to be. It's not like he can go anywhere else. I'm the one who goes everywhere else. Kev, I decided to do the Shakespeare auditions. So I was at work yesterday learning a Shakespeare monologue. Luckily, the new shifts at Headroom are very weird because we have a lot of strike, but at the same time, we do absolutely nothing. Because we don't do counts anymore and we don't do runs because of Dash. So I really actually look forward to strike now because that's like the only thing we do. So it's very weird. Very weird. Time for lunch. What should I get? My options are Burger King. That one is surprisingly good. Honestly fair for Burger King. Taco Bell. Hardee's. I think I'll have Carl's Jr. out west. Okay, so equivalent to that. Ooh, Arby's. Ooh. I want to say pass on Taco Bell. Don't hurt tummy since ear is already hurting, you know? I almost want to say Burger King or Arby's. I can't vouch for Hardee's, but because I don't really know too much, so yeah. You're doing Requiem today? Yes, I am. We have... I want to say we're the equivalent of being done with the RPD right now, and we're going to the orphanage, so we're a little bit ways into the game. We're like reaching the halfway point of the second half of the game. Good idea. No Taco Bell. Yeah, because I would say Taco Bell because that's pretty freaking good. But also, your ear is already hurting. Don't hurt your tummy. Don't pick a struggle. Don't pick two. It's closer, so I guess that's there. Okay, fuck yeah. Burger King. Burger. Hamburger. Hamburger. Okay, bear with me for a second. I need to learn this. No. Don't move the trash. I will go tell him. I will go tell him of fair Hermia's flight. Then to the wood will he tomorrow night pursue her. And for this intelligence, if I have thanks, it is a dear expense. Why did I decide to learn this? Why did I decide to learn it? At least it's like the last chunk. I have like 80% of this done. This is like I would say I have like 90% done. 85. Let's go 85. Because like here to like here, these are all like the first letter of each sentence or like each like breakage. I have all of that basically memorized, and it's just like 6 little lines down here. Some of them are I'm combining. Bear with you. Sorry, there ain't no bear here. I shouldn't say a cat with me. That doesn't sound right. Cat with me? No. Bear with me. We will summon the bear shortly. Okay. I will tell him of fair Hermia's. Oh, why don't I just do it like that? Why don't I just do that? I will tell him of fair Hermia's flight. Then, is it then he will? Then to the woods. The wood will he. Oh my god. Will he tomorrow night pursue her? I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay, I'm not going to. I'm not gonna lose my mind. I probably will open. I really want to play as much Requiem as I can today, but I feel like I should learn this chunk. But also, I need to run to the restroom, but I don't want to do that till I start up the game. So I'm just gonna sit here. Well, I'm gonna sit here and yap. Not gonna just sit here in silence. That would be very bad. Hi, Shaylin. I made some choices, so I'm losing my mind currently. I will. Did I not even spell that letter right? I will go tell him of fair Hermia's flight to the woods. Will he? Whoa! Will he tomorrow night? Then to the woody will he tomorrow night? Oh my god, go Bisco. Nah, I'm fine. Ah! Do you guys want to hear the whole monologue? Up until what I know. Oh, Shaylin, I decided yesterday I'm going to the audition, so last night at work I spent all of work crashing out and learning a Shakespeare monologue. Normal monologue probably would have been crashing out, but fine. Shakespeare, though, has me on a different level crashing out. Bam, 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 there they go. Okay. How happy some or other can be. To Athens, I am known as fair as she. But what of that? Demetrius. Demetrius thinks not so. This fucking line of he will not know what all but he do know is what fucked me up so badly last night, and I was screaming at my coworkers about it. We're gonna close that really quick. We're just not gonna look at that for a little bit. I do need to finish learning it. I learned half of the section, and then I was like, okay, I'll learn the other half, and then I started playing games on my phone. I spent all 8 showers 8 hours last night of work learning it. I went to bed memorizing it, and this morning I had to be like, no, I'm not thinking about this monologue until I get up. I have 5 more minutes of sleep. I am not thinking about it until I get up. It's making me lose my mind. What sucks, sometimes no pain, then there's a sudden massive pain. That I hate that. I hate when, like, obviously there is the consistent pain that is there. And it goes away. It's like, I know it's still there. And especially since it's ear.
if it's still your ear infection that is doing this pain, I hate that shit. It's always just a fucking wave of pains. I should really clean this. This is really dirty. Wow, that's really dirty. What the freak? Do I have to clean? What if I like put hand sanitizer on this? We're gonna experiment. I'm sorry, doc. Hopefully the medicine gets filled soon. Hey, I went up, bagel. I just poured hand sanitizer on this shit, bro. Don't ask why. I don't think that was the smartest idea, but we're gonna see if it gets any cleaner. Dude, I'm gonna crash out so badly about this monologue. But truth be told, I won't lie. The last time I auditioned for a show, because I didn't do the last one because it was Amadeus, and I wasn't really intrigued into it that much. Kind of glad I didn't, but I also still suffered the pain because I was ASMing. Does that look cleaner now? I guess it does look cleaner. I just poured hand sanitizer on it and wiped it. But I still suffer the consequences of being ASM. But ASM was quite fun, and I did appreciate that experience. And I didn't do a Christmas Carol because then I was pissed off about stuff. Also, I think I was recovering from the hell of which was the summer death I had of working that show. But I also don't think I would have been able to get time off. Hey Steve. Is that cleaner? I think it looks cleaner. I don't know. But I don't think I would have been able to get time off from work to actually do that show as well. I should quit. Anyways, how are you, Steve? Welcome to me losing my mind because I'm still trying to learn Shakespeare. But now my brain is elsewhere, so I don't think I'm gonna learn it as well if I tried to learn it right now. Yeah, I don't think my brain's on anymore for Shakespeare. After stream, I am gonna end stream at 4 hours. I have to, so that I can finish learning this. Found myself in ads. Oh no. Rip. What is it? Rest in peace. No! No, not being sick. We have a whole like collection of people being sick. We have a whole collection. I need people not to be sick because that's gross. Don't do it. I want you guys healthy. That sounds like I need you guys healthy because I'm gonna like murder you or something. I need to make my human stew. Disgusting. Disgusting penis. Sorry, I love Smiling Friends. I'm sorry, I quote Smiling Friends all the time. Oopsie. Also, whenever I like speak Shakespeare, it does just naturally start becoming an accent. But Carr did say you just do like in a southern accent, and that really stuck with me. And I really want to. I just realized in my second playthrough of RE9 at some point, I'm at the you're at this that's crazy. I did see you playing it though. Truth be told, I'm only playing like one day a week. I would like to play another time this week, but I don't think I can. So we're just gonna suffer and wait till next Monday to play again. And then I should beat it. I want to play it off stream, but there's so many things that I'm like, but I want to play it on stream. Send a picture in photo dump. Oh, that's my Shakespeare monologue. I think I might pull up the game now. Ooh, okay, but you didn't buy a lot of parts that were RGB, but your case is RGB, Goombra. That is a very nice case. I do like that. I like the bottom, how it's like the flat for like the power, but then it goes down. Like the nice little slope. That's cool. That is a very nice case. I do like that. It feels very naked because there is no GPU, but that's fine. It's something. We take it for now. Because I know it's a lot to build up PC parts. So like, it does take a lot. How long has it been? I think I might start up the game. I don't know if I want to run over. What is this? I will go to... what is this? I will go tell him of Fair Hermia's flight. Yeah, I will go tell him of fair Hermia's flight, then to the wood will he tomorrow night pursue her. And for the intelligence, if I have thanks, it is a dear expense. But herein mean I do enrich my pain, to have his sight thither and back again. I don't know if I will ever be back today. Ah! That sounds so dramatic, Steve. No, that is completely fine. You need to play Requiem, though. I do really recommend it. I need to play Fatal Frame. I've been hearing good things about Fatal Frame. PC slut PC? No! No! Yeah. That was also unintentionally RGB because that was literally the cheapest option. Real as hell. Real as hell. Full size, and I don't really need to be. No, real. It's okay. It looks pretty. And you know, that's what matters at the end of the day. Not the specs to making it work well. No, we only want it to be pretty. Me. My brain thought process only needs to be pretty. Just started. My only criticism with a Fatal Frame is the ghosts are a bit more photo smudgy than the original. Otherwise, it looks beautiful. That's so funny, Steve. Like, that sounds. No, I know what Fatal Frame's about, so I'm like, that makes perfect sense. But out of context and not even knowing what Fatal Frame is, it's like, what the fuck do you mean? Photo spongy. Spongy. Spuggy. I should just call it Spuggy. But that's so funny. But okay. Yeah, I've heard really good things about it. And especially for the price, I really do like it. So I'm gonna have to look into it and probably play that soon. I did hear about one of the big mans in it too. Because there's stealth in it, but I'm not gonna say much because I don't know if you're there or where you're at in that game. And I don't know anything about it really. Only a dedication section to put figurines. They say right there you could put figures. Right there you can put your little guys. I will go I will tell I will go tell him of fair Hermia's flight. Then to the woods he tomorrow night pursue her. And then I stopped and I put and with this intelligence. It's and with this intelligence. And and for this intelligence. And for this intelligence. I loved it. Hi, Haunted. I will go tell him of fair Hermia's flight. To the wood. Then to the woods.
Hi, pretty people. I hope you're doing good. I'm
there?
doing shit. How are y'all?
Oh, and then to the woods will he tomorrow night pursue her. And for this intelligence, I was like, what the fuck is this F? Boss told me if I wish to leave because it's snowing, I could. I still got a doctor's note though. Hey, you're double covered. You got a doctor's note. Also, you really should go home because of doctor's note. Snow, yeah. But doctor's note, yeah. White girl music? What white girl music we thinking about? I need to talk to a friend about it because I'm like, you know, one of our friends, they dance very much like a drunk white girl. It's very funny in my brain. Oh, correct. Oh, I love autocorrect. Fuck yeah, Kev, you did it. Double covered. Double covered. Okay, let me go over this one more time. I will go tell him of fair Hermia's flight. Then to the woods he will go tomorrow night. Then to the woods will he tomorrow night pursue her. And for this information, and that's all that I have written. Let me do the rest. Information. Information. If I have thanks, it is a dear expense. But here in mean, here I am to enrich my pain. But herein mean I to enrich my pain. Sorry, don't mind me losing my mind. Don't mind me. 1 second. to have his sight thither, thither, and back again, thither, 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 to have his sight thither and back again, thither. Fucking word. Thither, thither. Do you guys ever just, read Shakespeare and then you just thither, 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 thither? Sounds like I'm saying scissor with a, like, lisp. Thither? Hey, you got the thither over there? That's what that sounds like. But it's thither, thither, thither. You guys want to see what it looks like? It looks confusing. That's the entire dialogue. Kev's playing Deadlock. Kev, you can't do this to me. Oh. Kev, you can't do this to me. What do you mean you're on Deadlock? Shakespeare sounds better with sound. Yeah, I do. Okay, hold on. We're gonna do. I won't lie. Learning Shakespeare, but like with different accents or different like mentalities. Like I said, I learned it all with being a girly, like you're talking on the phone, spreading the gossip, because that matches this monologue well. If I say this with a southern accent, wait, what? I only just turned on my PC. What the fuck do you mean? It says you open fucking Deadlock. You're sleepwalking in the hideout. Sleepwalking in the hideout. Sleepwalking in the hideout. You would have to be Hayes. If you're sleepwalking in the... Because I don't think that's Rem, and there's only one other character that sleeps, so you have to be Hayes. Have I caught you? Switch your character right now. I'll tell you exactly what character you are whenever it updates, I dare you to. So I want to see if it, like, updates. Hold on, I'll like, freaking close it. Open a thing yet? That's fucking crazy. It literally shows you on Deadlock. And I don't know if I'm calling you a liar or not, but if you aren't, your computer's making you seem like a fucking liar. It literally has you in Deadlock. Just woke up my PC. Have you had Deadlock? I'm gonna say this monologue in a southern accent. Deadlock is the only thing that matters. I'm like, is that the right person? Yeah, that's your username. Oh, I have another friend playing Fatal Frame. Okay, so if I say this with a southern accent, I will go tell him a fair Hermias. It sounds like I'm a man speaking it, though. Did I leave Deadlock open? Maybe you did, but it, like, popped up, like, when you open a game for the first time. It did, like, that type shit. I will go tell him a fair Hermia's flight into the wood he will tomorrow night pursue her. And for this intelligence, if I have thanks, it is a dear expense. But herein mean I to enrich my pain? Oh shit, I did. You did. Look, and you're calling me a liar.
Why, fuckers, I wanted to tell you I love you and appreciate you every day.
Oh, that was it. I don't know why I thought that was a bigger sentence. I was waiting for more. But I love you very much, Haunted. I hope you are well, and I hope your day went well. To have his sight thither back again. Thither. Is that how you say that word? Hold on. Thither. Thither again. Thither. Found out that if you go the goo man, okay, Viscous. If you turn into his cube from the hideout, the cat will jump. Yes. So in the hideout, specifically with that cat, if you're the cube, he interacts with it. If you are Vindicta and you use your ult, which is just a sniper, like you are just scoped into your sniper, and it is the chunky shot of it, you have a red dot, and it would follow the red dot. If you are Calico and you turn into your cat, which I think is your 2 ability, whichever one that you turn into cat, the cat will follow you. What else is there? I feel like there's a couple other interactions with the cat. Keep slipping away. Those are the main ones. I usually, hey, everybody, Doc opened up Resident Evil Requiem. Oh, also, if you were the ball as Viscous, so Goo Man, if you turn into the ball and you roll around, the cat will chase you as well. Okay, I'm gonna open up my Requiem. And then I'm gonna leave you guys on that front page. I'm gonna run to the restroom and then we start it up. Like you, man, if you make turnabout. Yes. I got you. Don't you worry. I love the little interactions with that cat. It's so funny. I do love turning into Calico because you're a slightly bigger version of the cat because you are her cat. The cat is smaller than Calico's cat, and it's so cute. I love it. I do love using the laser sight and making it chase the little laser. Very cat-like. Do love it. We gonna do this, and then we're gonna fucking click that, and then I'm gonna set you with screams internally until this opens. Eat that button. Oh, the fucking Barbie phone's still there, bro. You hold on. Barbie phone. I had to lock in so I could click the right buttons. Okay, there we go. If you score 3 goals with the ball at the spawn, a ghost rabbit that will then chase the ball around. I love that. I always just put my little guys as rem on it and they just circle it. It's so funny. Okay, I'm gonna leave you guys here. I'm gonna run to the restroom. Do I need to keep walking? No, I don't. Okay, I'm gonna run to the restroom, everything, and then I'll be right back. And then we will start. Keep each other company. Keep each other company. I did. Okay. for Miss Mochi. It doesn't give us Nessie. Yeah, sorry. Nessie is deemed higher than everybody now. Nessie at the top shelf. Nessie has risen, one may say. Nessie has, in fact, risen. But also, I went to go find Miss Mochi. She's a traitor. She's asleep in my mom's room. Let's see what the bonus is. So sorry, Nessie has risen. Shall we book in? Models, characters. I don't know why I look at those. I really shouldn't. She has risen, baby girl. Publisher sale on this team? Ooh, I'm gonna have to take a look at that. I've saved 25 times? I feel like I haven't saved that much. But I'd believe it. I would believe it. I feel like I've started so early, but I just started on time, but I have a short time, you know? I feel like I'm gonna pass out. I feel like I'm gonna cry. That's just the buildup of emotion of stress. Okay, I didn't hit that though. Hold on. So I never found the 1988 note. Let me just... I kind of want to go see Tofu again. I want to see if I can see Tofu again. I don't need to. I just really like tofu. That sounds like I like the food tofu. I do, but that's not what I'm talking. Legend tofu. Let's sigh. Let's sigh. After RPT, just a minor tip. Okay. I'll take that. I know what I'm looking for. I'm just like, I was so concerned that it was out in front of this place. That's the wrong button. Okay, shift. Shift and control. I don't think I have anything left in here, actually. Do you want to see if you can see? Do you skip it over? I think that's still really cool. And these little tickets. Wait, didn't Barry leave us? Hold on. Did we get it? Wait, we did get it. Wait, no, but there was two, wasn't there? Hold on. I'll find the freaking things. That's the TV there. Is that just like the same? Hold on. Is it just the same? Oh yeah, it's clue 1 and then clue 2. Okay, okay, okay. I was like, but is there 2? Only for the 1 key? What? For the worst part of the game, Baby Grace part. Good luck, Baby Grace part. Okay. My head hurts. I am so overwhelmed about this audition. Not super much. I'm just... the normal audition stress. You know? I don't want to leave the RPT, you know? I didn't really... I can go right back in the RPD. It says escape RPD. I can go right back in, bro. My head do hurt just a little bit. Kev, did you actually open Deadlock this time? Or does your PC actually hate you? Well, I should say your Steam actually hates you. I did. Okay, you did actually open it this time. Fuck yeah. Oh, wait, let's stop that really quick. Hold on, you're still in the main menu. Still sleepwalking in the hideout? That's so funny. I like the little tidbits that are in the... Like when you're different characters in the hideout. Ooh, empty Tonka. Tonka Tonka. Which way art thou going? Oh. I might actually go to be that way. So I search this way. No, to be go, not that one. No, me want to go. Is this... I'm trying to think of the layout of this city. This is... Okay, so I just want to make a quick note. I hate Shakespeare. I hate Shakespeare. I'm trying to talk a normal sentence, and I'm losing my mind. I'm trying not to talk in Shakespeare lingo. I don't like how that... I want to throw up. I keep on thinking of Shakespeare. Whichever way I am supposed to go, I'm going to double back and then go the other way to look-sees, you know? This is where we met Ada for the first time. This is where we met Ada. This is where Ada exploded Mr. X for the first time. She imported... Oh, the teddy bear charm. It's so shiny new. What does teddy bear charm do? Oh, it's for shotguns. Increase. Ooh. Oh, attach parts? What you want it? Oh, if I attach it, then does it just go straight there? It like sits in the attachment thing instead of taking up a space. I like that because that's more of a nod to 4 than to this one, and I love that, but that is where... I don't like how you're dead, yeah. Hold on. Oh my god. There's another man behind me. Okay. Okay, okay. Hold on. I didn't even get what I wanted down here. It's Q. I don't remember the buttons. Hold on. We're not gonna talk about how I am just tanking those shots for no reason. Anyways. Stay down. Anyways, back into here. I tanked a lot of those shots for no reason. I just stood there. Oh, but I can't have any scope on my thing, right? Because of that charm. I just can't really like that charm. Taxis, taxis, taxis. When I want a headache, I come here. Well, that's rude. What do you mean when you want headache? That's so mean. I'm still thinking of Shakespeare lingo. Oh, I literally looked at that one. This is the car. Don't remember that I'm happy? No, I remember that time. But still. A little rude there. I'm like checking all the cars, see if I can open them. Did like a whole circle loop. That car's fucking massive, bro. Okay, we're done in here then. Right? I didn't leave anything yet. Anywhere I can? No. Don't want to. Rest. Rah. Okay. So this is the other side. This is Kendo's shop over here. And it's still the same way of like how this all was. That's crazy though. The fact this hasn't like crumpled even more is insane to me. Oh, well, I guess. It's from the second game. Well, I guess because it was construction that they were doing, but like, I don't know how they had such a massive like opening. The lion's there. Umbrella. I love seeing the remnants of Umbrella, but nobody fell there. Into Kendo shop. Keto. We're going into Keto shop. Oh, I love Kendo shop. Oh, I hate that. The framing of having that wide open and that's the first thing you see is that door. Gun shop Kendo. The most basic? What you mean by that? Anything still left here? Shouldn't be nothing, truth be told, because me, Leon, and Jill both have like scalped this place. Opening, wide opening, be careful, bro. What you mean by that? Gates? Let's see what this says. No, poor Kendo. It's crazy like to see how this looks now, especially during the day and we're not here at night. No zombies right here. No, this is, no, I didn't mod it. I wish. Oh, poor Kendo. Kendo is so sweet.
Terminate. My fucking daughter.
It's so interesting how his daughter wasn't like fully changed.
You're supposed to know something. How did this happen? This fucking makes sense. What they did to us.
What was he prescribed from Umbrella though? I mean, they're the pharmaceutical company anyways. I can see why Kendo was mad at him that first night, because the cops didn't do anything. But also, Leon literally just showed up.
Again.
Yeah, Leon. But yeah, Leon literally had nothing to do with it, because he just showed up. It is only one body. Because I want to look at that more. Like, I want to read that. I want to see what that is. It flashed too fast. Ooh, what's here? Oh. The fuck that just be doing there? I'm pretty sure it's his daughter's body. Yeah, because I was gonna say in the second game when you play essentially what the mercenaries run is, the different survivors like escapes. For his is that it's the fact that he does get out after hold on, let me bring this down here. I can like guess this one might be a little bit better. I'm gonna leave it there for now and then I'll see which one's better. I didn't even see that there. Like I didn't even see. That's just on top of that. Escape 2. Guys in 3. Am I reloaded or not? Does he die in 3? We never really... I need to stop looking at it. It just makes that silly little noise. No, I feel so bad for Kendo. He never deserved any of that. In 2, we... It's only in the mini game afterwards that you see him escape, because that's his whole escape. But we also see the blonde chick escape too, and she's the one who's dead on the frickin'. Check the car. Okay, but she's the one dead on the frickin' table when we play Claire's route. So she obviously doesn't escape. So I don't know how true those things are. Let's see. Is this fully? I guess I can get that up a little bit more. Let me see this one. This is the new one. I guess it's about the same. Power-wise, about the same. Position. Oop. I guess this one's a little bit better position and everything. I guess I'll keep this. I will sell that one for now then. Just so I don't take up pocket space. If I want it back, I can buy it. I'm just gonna keep that there. I don't really want to, like... I do need to fix that because I tanked so many bullet shots for no reason. I would like to get the power of this up. Oh, this is my shotgun. Hold on. I want this one. Oh, the power for this is all the way up. This is fully upgraded. This I have a little bit more. I don't really care about this that much, but I have it just in case. That's up. Requiem has a little bit. Hatchet, let's do you. Actually, let's do durability. Do those two. And that's it. Okay. Gonna save. Just because I upgraded things. Oh yeah, I can see it right there. Mommy, did I do something wrong? Daddy got mad at me? He yelled, "Why are you here?" really loud. He didn't let me in the police station. I'm hiding in with Mr. George now. He said he can get inside the parking. He said we can get inside by the parking garage, but first we are resting. He's really nice, Mommy. I'll give him one of my kitty badges to cover up the owie on his hand. Love you lots, Meryl.
This girl can't be.
Leon, who do you think it is? That's some pretty good, like, note paper, though. It lasted through a lot. Also, it's really cute because it's a kitty. She really liked cats. It's me. I should stop looking at the floor. Oh, this is so weird. It's so weird how well they, like, replicated everything, but, like...
What? Dilapidated. Don't throw that at me, please.
Oh, is this what you're talking about? I don't know how to parry.
I wish I could parry that. I want to parry that. Can I parry that? So we gotta go back to the parking garage. Oh, I don't like where that's going. I gotta deal with this first. If I can even go back after this point. It's not the boss I parried. Fuck.
I couldn't save them.
But could I parry it?
Bastards like you.
Oh, Leon, we're just making him transform faster. Oh, great. Oh, great. Okay, I gotta... Okay. I was like, I need to practice parrying. Oh my god, this reminds me of the boss we just did in Revelations. Ew. What was he about to do? Oh, I should reload. This is a boss that I did my first... Oh. Well, that was quite rude. Ooh. I can't parry that one. I don't think I can parry that one. Hey, where is he?
Don't throw that. Don't throw that. Don't throw that. Ow. That really hurt, man.
Oh, I was not in. Okay, I have to be unscoped. Hold on 1 second, sir.
Oh, at least I have some. Whoa. What there, bro?
Can't. You can't parry a car, but you can parry most of his attacks. Why can't I parry a guitar? I have to be. I don't think I could parry that one, but oh, I can't parry a car. Oh god, I can't parry a car. Ooh, I went to kick him.
Oh, or hatchet him. That works too.
I want to do a backflip. Oh. Can you die?
Die already, you son of a bitch.
Oh, yeah. You wouldn't download a car. Leon, get up faster. Leon, no. I don't like being dazed like that.
Not.
This doesn't do a lot of damage, but it looks really cool. Oh, you wouldn't download a car. Oh, I didn't expect that. Genuinely didn't expect that one. There we go. I think I tried to either press it too early or press it too much, that the parry doesn't always work. Oh, well that was quite rude. Oh no. You can't parry a car. We have a lot of these. Oh, you wouldn't throw that, right? Okay, good. I can use the other cars to download a car. Oh. How rude. What'd that car ever do to you? Oh. Ouchie. I'm doing this fight so poorly. Oh. Leon, sharpen that, as he's right there. There you go. That one was pretty cool. Yay. Oh. Oh. Oh.
I'll stop you as many times as I have to.
Oh. Oh, okay. Hey, so anyways, I'm gonna try to go back to the— wait, can I loot his body really quick? I don't want to touch his body. I guess you didn't get a notification. It's okay. Welcome in. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave him there. I'm gonna go back to the garage. Oh, it's that fucking bitch ass. I hate him. Oh my god, he is like a full soccer ball. I love that. Meowdy howdy, how are you? Actually, I haven't done rolls. Let me do that. First up is Turnip. I know he's lurking. 449 makes sense. Hope he's doing well. Hi. Not 28 and an 18, so you're doing amazing. You're doing quite well. Chilling, vibing, hell yeah. That's good. That's what we want. I'm losing my mind. Though I won't lie.
I am actually quite distracted from that now, and I forgot that I was losing my mind. Did mine not go through? I don't think so. I don't see it. Oh no, it was before the everything else. I read after vitamins, that's why. I'll give you 2. We'll see which one's better. 10, 15, 16. 5, 19, 11. You're doing fine. You're doing fine. Your ear is beating you up, though. You said to go back to the garage, because that's talking about finding a way to the garage. The garage is just wait. That's so funny, though, because those notes would have been there. Unless it was like... Oh no, I don't like this. Mommy, what do we do? Help Mommy. Mr. George is really bad. Is hurt really bad. He's bleeding a lot. And all the bandages are too small. It won't stop. Oh, there's so many scary people here now. I'm gonna run to Mr. Kendo's store. If anyone reads this, please help. My name is Meryl. Oh. I don't know her last name. Wait. Meryl Brendel? Brendable. Meryl Brendable. Actually, hold on. What the fuck is her last name? Before I just keep on butchering it. Or nah. I'm trying to remember, mainly because I either refer to people as their last names or I forget the last names. That's that one. ENB. So for me, it's the... I could go this way? Oh no. Leon, exactly quiet. Oh no. Boxes. I'm trying to think in my head, especially for little girls during this. I tell that to the fucking rat, Jordy. I wanted to play Deadlock. I wanted to play Deadlock. God forbid I don't I? God forbid I want to be in a show, and that means I might have to give up my Deadlock unless we play during the day. God forbid I give up my Deadlock. I miss Deadlock. I miss Deadlock so much. Anyways, howdy. I lost my mind yesterday learning a Shakespeare monologue. I have it 95% memorized. So now I'm gonna memorize the rest of it after I end stream, which means I'm ending on time today, which fucking sucks because I want to play more Requiem. So maybe I stream another time this week, but life be kind of getting in the way right now. But this is how memorizing the monologue is going. It's just gibberish. The usual. Anyways, I think we're about to get a depressing story. Oh. Oh. Increases firepower near death. Okay. Hold on. I need to look up. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna be honest. Farm, maybe Resident Evil 9? Maybe. I honestly would be completely fine with that. I did just look up. Wait, hold on.
Too late.
Sorry.
Please read the description, Sarad.
No, I looked up the... Yeah, Kitchen Marvin gave his daughter. Yeah. I also looked up the last name too right now. I won't lie. Would not have remembered that that's his last name. Because, like I said, I either address people like Mr. Whisker by their last name, or by their first name. And either or gets erased. Like Birkins, I sometimes forget his
first name. I forget his first name a lot of the time. Albert Wesker, never forget his name. Leonis Kennedy, never do. So yeah, I did not know that was Marvin's last name. Anyways, that's fucking sad. This one I really hate. I really hate that. I really hate that it's just blank. So she just... assumingly, obviously, probably died. That really sucks that his wife, her mother, possibly could have made it out. But she just went back in, not knowing what was happening because she's a kid. But not knowing what was happening and went back in because she didn't get why her father was not there. Anyways, I do need to attach that to something. I want TTS
Leon, please. You have to date my sister. Continue the Redfield bloodline. Come on, Leon. She's already got a cat that she's named Albert Whiskers. Leon, please.
Albert Whiskers. Albert Whiskers. What do I have on everything? That has that one. Ooh. Well, no. Okay, what do I have on this one? What is this one? It says firepower when near death. I don't know which one to put that on. I'm gonna leave it for now. Oh, that just has 0 points in it. I am quite low on healing items because I used a lot with this fight. But oh well. That's fucking depressing. I didn't expect that to be Marvin's. I think because we never like really learned too much about Marvin because we only see him for a short time and then he's gone. But like these people had lives. Like all of these people. Is there anything over here? I like how that's just peeking through. Like all these people separately had lives. A lot of the like people you run into at the RPD, they were just there to hide. Fuck this guy throwing cars at me, bro. I can't dodge a car. You wouldn't download a car. Fuck you. Haunting me. Again. I'm only allowed one ghost here. And that's haunted. Can I go in here? Can I go in? Can I go swimming? Can I go swimming? I'm like rapidly looking back and forth. Fuck anything. Okay, let's admire the views. Because I think in Leon's, we go down below. In Claire's, we do go like straight through here. But in some of the little mini game ones afterwards of Kendo and the girl, they run through a lot of these places.
Made it.
Okay, me. Gar. Hi, Gar. How are you? Having started reading that, I swear. Bitch asshole. I don't read it. I don't read the full names. Especially if I don't know how to pronounce it, it won't stick in my brain if I don't actually say it out loud, and I've never said his like full name out loud. The same with Brad. Oh, isn't Brad Vickers? Forget. Sickness presenting? What the freak? That's really rude. Yeah, what's going on?
At the orphanage, Sherry.
That's rude as
Not
hell.
much left of it.
Yeah, this
Heading
orphanage
underground
is
to look
kind of
for Grace.
fucking dead, bro. Oh, sorry, Sherry. Hold on, I cut you off.
Understood.
Yeah, this is my most hated staircase. Oh, I don't want to go down there. Oh, this stupid fucking teddy bear presenting itself in every freaking game since 7. It was Vickers. Yeah, I don't remember all of their, wow, last names. So I do genuinely, especially if they're only in one game, it is a less likely chance that I know at least their full name. Will I know half of it? Yeah. Because I only ever say half of it. Well. Oh, I don't like that. Back down here again. Where the frick?
Oh, he like spun. Teddy bear? Yeah, there's a teddy bear. It's the same teddy bear that they've used since 7. It's just like this, the same like model, and it's just a repeat model use. They also repeated a lot of model uses from 7 into both 9 and into the remake of 2. Let's just reuse it process. It's just funny seeing it because I'm like, this goddamn teddy bear. One that seeps out black goo. I don't want to vault over. Got anything in here? I don't want to vault over. Why do I want to go over there? I want to play Deadlock. I love Deadlock. Maybe one day we do play some Resident Evil. I don't know. We'll see. This doesn't seem really safe, Leon. You're looking very small in the retrospect of this all. Bottle. No bottle. If I see that teddy bear again, I'll show you. But unfortunately I walked past the teddy bear, so... And I'm not going back there because I physically cannot. Ooh, that was a little scary. Oh, the subway? Back to the subway? I don't think Leon does the whole safe thing. No, he don't. He really don't. May I please go swimming? Can I go swimming? That fucking haunts me. I blame Jordy and Kodiak for that one. Yeah. This ain't looking too good, but okay. No. Well, I think if there was any point in this game to have a quick time event, it would be here. But if this, you know, if this held up for this long, why would it break now? Why would it break now? Why would it break now? Why? Why would now? Why would now be the choice of it break now? Leon, just run. Man, I don't care. We're running. We're running and you're getting through this. Yep. He's too thick. Okay. Well, that's quite rude. Is this the fucking mole? Whoa, above us.
Seriously.
Oh. Oh, it's the fucking... Oh. Well... I mean, it didn't really fall. It's falling with grace. Because he has a big ass booty. Yeah, you do. It fell with grace. I won't. It didn't fall with grace. Grace is somewhere else. But it fell with grace.
This is my stop.
You know? Who made me say? Horse squirrels. I love the horse squirrels. I'm not gonna lie, the noise in the game just confused me very much. Ooh, I love a good... Oh my god, you can see. I love a good rock detail. Oh, well, not you. Oh, good rock detail of, like, you can see the layers of the earth. Of earth. I love that. Oh. That's where we were. I don't like whatever this is. It's just like a plant that's been infected. Which is... Oh. Wow. It also does remind me slightly of the mold. And I don't like that one. Oh, can I me uppy go there? Can me uppy go there? Me uppy go there. Okay. This area in the game looks so cool. Yeah. Oh, that's the wrong part. Scrap. I do miss, honestly, I really miss the first section of the game. I miss Grace, but I don't. I can't believe Grace, so she's just so naive. She needed to learn. Okay, thank God I'm getting health items. I used a lot. I didn't mean to sharpen that, but that's fine. I meant to hit reload. I could only like add a bullet, but okay, I could press crouch. You're so really bad. It's so cool seeing everything so dead. but also at the same time not dead. But oh, Leon, I don't think that's a good thing to go down there. You know, Leon, I don't think I want to go down there. I've seen my fair share of things that can be infected, and I don't want to see another infected plant. It's like I'm playing with you? Oh, it's so funny. Yes, I want to play again and use different outfits.
Something behind.
But I'm like, okay, first time I need to keep on the normal outfits. I want to put him in his noir outfit. Because he just looks like... He looks like Alan Wake. Depressed and tired. Yeah, I don't want... I don't...
Keeps going.
Leon, I don't know why we're going downtown. There ain't no way that you're, like, gonna beat this. There ain't no way that you're gonna...
Finally reached the bottom.
That you're gonna beat
One
this.
very deep hole.
Well, yeah, no shit. Well, I won't lie. I don't think they were necessarily really hiding something. It just happened to be down here. I think it's just the fact that the labs was very underground. But everything is now shifted. Pretty sure this is the same plant from Resident Evil 2. Oh, that's true. We never got to really... We never really got to fight the plant, you know? Not like in... Ooh. Not like in, one where we fought the whole plant itself. Because we never got to fight the plant. Even though, like, the plant did seem to prevail and, like, slam somebody up against that wall. That sounds really weird, but, like, that's how we got the one key. Because the guy was trapped up on the wall because of the vines. But we only fought the vines that overtook people's bodies. Never like this, at least. I don't like that. I don't like the odds of that shotgun ammo. I have only so many bullets. But it does seem to be... I want that. I want that. Leon, I want that. We can make that jump, Leon. You can make that jump. Got a useless herb. Herbs are never useless. Do it again. Open. Sesame. Hold on. Hydrate. We'll hold. Hello? You good? He's not good now. He's quite dead. Alright. Yeah, he's quite dead. You for me? No heal run? Oh, fair. Okay. I mean, you gotta explain yourself. You can't just call it useless. Herb useless. Those little shits are great. I assume I'm going that way, so let me go back up here. Yeah, well, I don't like that. No. Oh, why, yes. You, is that just like... gooping? Yeah. Nothing else wriggling around. Ooh. One for the Requiem. I'll reload everything. Fuck it up. Yeah, I don't like this. Oh my god. That was really rude. I was just walking here, bro. I was just here walking and you slap me like that? How rude. Like, did I step on your big toe or something, my dude? Maybe I did step on his big toe. Too bad. Fun fact about one of the guns in here. Okay. Oop. Too far. What you got? I haven't used any of my gunpowder. Oh, hi, Junior. Let me do your roll really quick. 19, 9, and 8. So you were doing pretty good. Friends, so I can't stick around, but I love you little voices. I hope you have a good day at work and everything. And hopefully lunch goes well. Hold on, everybody. We're gonna go over Shakespeare really quickly. Let's see if I remember the stuff. I will go tell him of fair Hermia's light. To the woods. Then to the woods will he tomorrow night pursue her. And is it 4? I'm pretty sure it's for this information. For this intelligence. That's all I fucking remember. I'm gonna grill myself. I'm gonna grill. Well, that's quite rude.
Really have it for me.
Ow. Oh, it's the wrong button. Do it again. Fuck you. Oh, I depleted all the plant 43 seedlings. Seedlings? They're siblings! Oh no. Oh, my armor. It's broken. Okay, well that kind of reassured me. Oh, yep, here we are. As long as they don't. Hey, so that big thing's moving. Reload any of the guns, you will notice it says 13 plus 1. You have a fully loaded magazine and one in the chamber. However, the gal does not do that. It physically cannot because it had one chamber. It would cause the gun to fire. Interesting. Okay. Leon, that thing's moving. Let's do an executive decision of... I really like making... Just do that for now. I can add another one later. I see you. You gonna stab me? Oh, but that wasn't quite what I was expecting. Oh, bye-bye. Yeah, okay. Okay, bye-bye. Thank you. You moved out of the way from me. Oh, my thing just reloaded and said, oh, welcome to the chat room. Oh, thanks. I've been here this whole time. Oh my god, I don't want to do that. Oh, good heavens. Oh, good heavens. Oh god. That can hit me still. Just gonna heal. Just gonna heal just a little bit. Oh, good heavens. Hey, I want my shotgun ammo. Defeat the giant plant. I don't really want to. Oh,
Just so you know, I've killed every planet I've ever had.
Leon, weird flex, but okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, well, I didn't expect you to do that. Oh. Hold on. Oh my good job. Oh! Don't do it again on that one, please. Fuck you. That was personal. You got a Requiem. Oh god. There's hanging from the fucking sky. Ow!
Shit. Not good.
Oh, good heavens. Very not good, Mr. Leon. Very not good. Oh, I'm stuck.
Stubborn meat, aren't you?
Sorry, I saw red. And most literally saw red and killed him. I think it might... I think it might be dead. I think Leon killed another plant. I don't think Leon should be a plant owner. I almost said a plant daddy. I'm like, maybe I should reword my sentence, but also I regret nothing.
This must be it.
I don't know what gave that away. The big umbrella thing? Couldn't be. Hold on, anything over here? Let me be dead. Yeah, it might be a little bit dead. I think it might be a little bit crispy. Good riddance. I hated those plant guys in 2. Open sesame. Open sesame. Open sesame. Weird open sesame, but okay. I do need to make some juju subs because I had this filter yesterday. So I'm just gonna reprint it again. I need new gaff tape. Maybe I steal some gaff tape from the theater today. Ooh, ew, fancy. I like it. It's like a lens opening. Like when you turn on your camera. Oh, is there no power? Because that's quite rude. I don't like the dark, so like, can you have like a backup emergency power?
Sherry, I found some kind of massive facility.
Oh,
What do you think it is?
A lab?
I'm seeing supplies with the logos of the usual suspects.
Ooh, Tricell. So
Whatever
they've
it
been here
is,
for some time.
Clearly wasn't meant to be found.
Yeah. You're telling me.
Ooh, I don't like that. Turn the light back on, please. Please turn the light on. There's cat fur on my monitor, bro. There's cat fur on my freaking monitor. Find Arc. Arc. Or. Oh, it is quite dark. Yeah, so we have both Tricell and Umbrella. So even after the Umbrella incident, they still were coming in and covering up stuff. Or at least, I guess in this note, hiding it still and keeping it hidden. Could Basar have a bin down here that I can use to upgrade my things? Oh, power and light. Oh, why can't I look all the way up? I want to look up. What's this? Flammable? You know, out of the instincts, I did almost shoot it, but by that I almost shot it when I was... Oh, this is quite bright. So I'm assuming I can shoot those. So Arc was underneath Ark was underneath the, Well, I guess they both had to be somewhat... Ew. Ew. He's moving. Ew, bro. Bro, no. Ew. He's moving in there, and he's the only one, like, open. You can't tell me that he's not gonna bust out of there. Oh, I didn't notice it. Is that what you are? Okay, but his light is on. Oh, I hear a little raccoon guy, actually. Oh, I did see little, Oh, there he is. I did see some parts of this game. Not a lot, but I did see someone and they were dealing with these guys. I'm like, oh, don't tell me now is the chance. Safe room? Safe room? Safe room. Fancy safe room because umbrella. I just like this huge meta case and it's just that one injector. I loved it. Thank you. I did get quite a lot of kills. Fix my armor. Thank you. I'm gonna save that so I don't use it till later. Just in case I need it. Fully upgraded. Let's do this. I have money. We'll use it. Be good for the economy. Reload speed or rate of fire. I'm gonna do rate of fire. I like that a lot better. What's this? Do not enter. Authorized personnel only. Okay. What's this? Ooh. Status report. Current facility operation status. Auto processing green. Network system. All areas online. Environmental control systems green. Disposal systems green. Security level 2. Guard on Podotrol. Podotrol. Area Podotrol. Patrol. Area status. Unit 1 checking. Unit 2 normal. Restricted area normal. Pandora normal. Now operating at 82%. System access must be performed manually for restricted areas. I want to see Hotman with the earring again. I hope we never see Gideon again. But I shouldn't say things like that. Because when I say I never want to see this character again, you know what? I get stuck seeing that character again. I like how the doors, when you can't pass, are red like that. It almost is like reminiscence of the umbrella symbol, but not fully. This is a lot of This is a lot of corners. This is a lot of corners. Can I burn that? This is a lot of corners. Yeah, I don't like this. This is a lot of corners. I'm not gonna open that door yet. We're just gonna loot this place while I have this peace and tranquility because I'm getting war flashbacks to Alien Isolation and I don't like that. Okay, stole somebody's points. Yeah. Yeah, quiet. I'm getting like war flashbacks and I'm like, I don't think that's a good thing. But so art is a separate portion to Nest. But
Where is that?
I don't know, bro. Where is it? I don't know.
Okay.
Pandora. He can read a map, everybody. Is this Basaw still in here? Are they after me? Me? Me?
I'm getting the feeling I'm not wanted around here.
That looks like it's just normal Basaw. Oh no. Hold on, I opened that door. Dead. Am I facing normal guys now? This isn't the norm. I'm not used to this. Normal people crazy. They want to fight Leon S. Kennedy? Were they like entering this room? Yep, just some dudes? What the fuck? I'm like ready. Oh my god, they're just some guys. Oh my god. Oh, come here. I think I already killed him. Hold on. I think I like... Ooh, that does that. I did just lose all of my shield. Is there more? Is there more, guys? My armor broke. Okay, so those things create smoke. They do. I won't lie. I did just kind of try to melee one of them. I paid the repercussions for that, for trying to just melee one and then getting shot in the back. So you know what, my bad, G. Sorry. Sorry that I just wanted to slice and dice a man. My bad, G. So sorry. Can I upgrade the armor? I don't have any ammo for that, but I should be fine. Ooh, I have a lot of bullet holes in my back. Oh my... my armor's gone! God, remember how last stream I couldn't aim at all? Where'd he go? I assumed he was gonna continue to the right. I have like my feet like up because I'm like locked in. Where'd he go? Oh well, how rude of him. I killed your friend and this is how you treat me? You hide from me? How dare you hide from Leon S. Kennedy? And don't you know that I am crave murder? So was there anything right here? Don't you know I love loot? And you guys drop loot. So please perish. Oh, I can't shoot through that. Can I shoot through this? I wonder if I can. Well, I can. No, I can't. Okay. I can, it's just a little bit finessing the system. Did I hear a cat meow? Or a car drive by? I don't know which one's true. Ow. I don't know if I heard a cat meow. Oh. Okay, so he has a shotgun. It's two of them. Somebody's by me. Ow. Oh, did it put me back when I, like... It fixed my armor? It did. It did. Okay, well now I know Can I see them there already? No. Does those enemies kill you? Yeah. Look how ready these guys are. That's so funny. Oh, I killed your friend, buddy. See, he just hides until you get over there. I need to shoot those little things more. Just parry? Can I parry a bullet? Because though that may be joke, I hear you can parry a rocket launcher, so I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it if he actually could parry a bullet. Where's his last man? Because I killed all you friends. Where thee be? Where he do actually be, bro? I really love this. I didn't. Oh, there he is. Can like the other guys show up before I get down there? Because I don't really want. Do I have any grenades? Oh, I don't. Oh, let me auto sort. Also, I'm just like playing this poorly. But I don't really care. I'm just here to have a good time. I don't really care if I die. Oh, they jump in there. Oh! Bro! What the fuck is that? Oh, I do. Ow! Oh my god. No, hold on. You guys are gonna... Oh my god. This is awful. I think I could parry him. The thing is that I have one there. They like... I'm just gonna let myself die here. They go through your armor and health so fast. Yeah. I didn't know there was a man with a shield in this part. They go through your health really fast. I wonder if I should use this. It doesn't really do as much damage as like the other weapons I have. Oh. Oh, it's too high. I would rather stay up top and fight them, but I know I can't. Because it won't trigger it. These guys I can fight from up top. Oh, wait, I should actually do that. Hold on, because I don't have these registered to a slot. How rude. Oh, is he right below me? I wonder if I wait? I don't think if I wait. I think I do actually physically have to be down there. I would love if I could parry their bullets. Can I just prep this? I see what I have to do. Okay, so yeah, when I don't know if he's alive out there. I didn't mean to release him. I don't know if I killed him though. I'm pretty sure I did. I threw a stacked grenade. You have to kill it. Yeah, that's why I'm kind of just like crouching right now. Oh, he's dead. Yeah, I just threw a grenade to try to land where they were. I also did kill him. Oh, yeah, he's dead. Okay. It's fine. It's fine, I killed him. Easier to kill a licker than a soldier? Plus you take less damage. I wouldn't say it's easier to kill a licker just because it depends if you have enough ammo. Yo, he's freaking tailbone. If you don't have enough ammo, then it's not easier. I just threw 2 stacked grenades at him, but I was not aiming for him. I feel like the licker shotgun 3 times. I think I just got ammo. I didn't have a lot of ammo to start with that. Where does this go? Does this loop back around? Oh, hell yeah. Let me go get this. Upgrade this. Guess I should just put something on these. Oh, not sell. Put that on that one. This one has that. I don't have this upgraded at all, but that one has that one. That has teddy bear. Put that one on that. Okay, so they each have one. Let's see. Oh, is it so bright in here?
Here at ARC, your movements will be constantly monitored. Do not leave the designated areas without authorization. The recording and transmitting of information is strictly prohibited.
Okay. That's a weird way to make statue. Don't know what they want for statue. Oh, is this another little safe room? This one. Raccoon City Bioweapon Research Report. As previously stated, ARC is focused on bioweapon research and development utilizing the unique environment of Raccoon City. In particular, experiments performed by infecting nearby zombies with mutated T-virus strain have yielded a great deal of empirical data. This has also proven effective against the Basa attacks to eradicate ARC. Development of the new bioweapon based on this hard data in the final stages at stage. If said bioweapon is released, we can expect further profit growth next. Oh, okay. ARC has now become a key bioweapon production hub for North America. Will continue to bring us great benefits to both US and to us and United States. Okay, freaks. A freak. What's that? Oh, it's a different ones. Okay. Oh, so that's a dog. Oh my god, price? Umbrella Corporation's Cerberus has been further enhanced and enlarged, resulting in an increased combat capabilities. It can track and pursue targets at speed. Yeah, because it chases on a freaking bike. Ooh. It's the Licker B2. Originally an infected anomaly, rigorous experimentation revealed the key to activating the mutation, paving the way for commercialization. Product boost enhanced climbing capabilities and possesses sharp claws and a pointed tongue. Plant off the plant one. Prototype bioweapon developed from a viral plant infection found in the Arklay Mountains and Raccoon City, which is the first freaking plant we dealt with.
Hydrate, you bastard!
Hydrate. Let me make my little drink, and I will hydrate. Be bleeding umbrella dry with the bowels? Yeah, he sure do be. To occur during transportation of plant. Is that the right one? That's the right one. At 43 and has resulted in infestation near the service entrance of Ark. So we entered through the service entrance. So not even the main entrance. I think I'm gonna make my anxiety. That's okay. Always exercise extreme caution when transporting bioweapons. I mean, yeah, you can fucking die. Brother went bankrupt because Leon kept showing up. I would say that, but I would counter it with Chris kept on showing up. But I was watching this one girl's TikTok, and it really is just Chris is missing half of these games. Mr. Redfield, he's missing. One, if you play what did she say? She said 1, if you play Jill's route, Chris is missing. 2, Chris is missing. Half of Code Veronica, Chris is missing because Claire goes after him, and then he goes after her. Beginning of 6, he's missing because that's why Pierce has to go find him and bring him back. Busy being a captain? No, Chris is just missing. He's not even being a captain. He's only a captain in the later half. And barely at it, he goes missing. And Pierce goes to find him to bring him back. What are the other ones? All the Christian shenanigans in 7 and 8 is just off screen. He's just missing. What about that little note? That's just the precaution, I believe. Oh, there's another one. Okay, Tyrant. Tyrant is worth a lot. Humanoid bioweapon with exceptional combat capabilities. Yes, what is the other one? Oh, Nemesis. Price negotiable. Based on Umbrella Corporation. Parasitic. Ooh. This mass-produced model focuses on... Oh, don't say mass-produced. He's in charge of a lot of things. Please excuse his absence for... He's doing his best off-screen. He's missing. He only gets an excuse for 7 and 8. The rest of them, not really. The rest of them, he really is just missing. 5 is the only one he's not missing. It's Jill who's missing. Mance is just missing half of this game. Repeated improvements have resulted in significant boost in physical abilities and recovery regardless of the host durability. Yeah, okay, so that's more of a parasite, which makes sense. It's kind of more how they presented it in the movies, how it was just some guy and he got infected and then he turned into Nemesis, rather than Tyrant was just completely made. My one computer's off. Wow, I wrecked that room. Chris is just missing half of this game. Leon? Not missing. Why the fuck are you here?
Backup is on the way.
Are you punk?
I'll neutralize the target myself.
Punk? That's Hunk. That's Hunk. I don't expect him.
Leon Kennedy. We finally meet.
Oh my god, wait. He's coming at me really fast. Hold on. He's coming at me really fast. Hold on. Did you see him sliding towards me?
I didn't realize
Oh my god.
I'll be
Ew.
I heard you were a smartass.
This is like Krauser's sauerkrauts fight again. Ow, oopsie. I timed that so wrong. There's a debate if this is Hunk. It's the voice actor for Hunk, but I can concur with that. What fucking broke? Oh, my armor. Ow. Press that. Ooh, I would argue that it is Hunk, but also I... Oh my god, my eyes. But I also would argue that Hunk would not be taken down by Leon S. Kennedy.
Sneaky bastard.
Oh. I'm gonna lose this fight the first time, but this is really cool. I do like... Do you see him already? I don't know where he is. Wait, I actually lost him that time. Okay, there he is. Ooh. You fast as fuck, boy. Ow, no, not my face. He already has so many scars. Well, the QTE, you snapped your neck. Wait, I love that. I want to see that. I don't have healing. I should... Wait. No. Damn, that's such a cool move. And does Hunk no, wait, I need to die by that. I need to see Hunk Jazz fingers. But that is because that's hey Leon, let's make some potions for you. We're just gonna make that, and that's all I can offer you in these trying times. You get 2 healings. We do have 1 stacked grenade though. Because that's Keith David. I always sometimes want to say David Keith, but it's Keith David. Not Keith David. That's not who I'm thinking of. But his name. It's my other man's. It's my other man's. What the fuck was he? Oh my god. What is his fucking name from fucking Genshin? Genshin Impact. Because they both have that really deep voice. Mwah. Love them so much. Rock. Geo. Archon. Rex Lapis. Zhongli. It's a voice actor for Zhongli, but he was also... Oh, I could just look up Hunk voice actor. Bro. Oh. That's why I also wanted to say Keith. David, his name's Keith. Okay, I'm haunted by Keiths, apparently.
Backup is on the way.
Not necessary. I'll neutralize the target myself.
So I wonder if he is. Oh, it's not credited as Hunk though. But it's the same voice actor for Hunk. I want to see Hunk Jazz hands. It's really freaking boring.
Leon Kennedy. We finally meet.
Wait, I'm trying to fix myself in my seat.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you, you smartass.
Always does the melee. Ow. 1v1. They got guns with that person. Yeah, they both. Oh, literally have guns. My eyes. I want to see him snap my neck, but I don't want to die then. Jordy,
Bastard.
Oh, I timed that so wrong. Apparently I can't time anymore. Okay, he just missed. I love how he runs around. Hey, wait, that's rude. It reminds me of Snake. Oh god. Ow. Though that was cool, don't do that.
Ooh. Don't do that to me. That's so cool. Oh! Oh, did I kill him?
Ran into trouble. This guy was one tough bastard.
Oh.
Coming from you, that's quite.
Oh, I killed him. A formidable instrument of death. It has taken countless lives and is steeped in a long, bloody history. How do I know that? Designed by one in the hands of a stealthy user, it becomes a deadly weapon.
Compliment.
I didn't mean to kill him like that. This melee opens if you leave your guns in your pocket, and the commander will leave. Okay, that's fair. I didn't expect to kill him that fast. I have died more to the humans in this game, it feels like. I've died to the humans faster than I've died to the, zombies. I still have died to the zombies a lot, but like... God, the humans just fucking
Grace should be nearby.
blow through
Time
your
to finally
fucking
get some
armor
answers.
and health. Guy being hung. If you zoom in on his hands, you see... Okay, well, hold on. You gotta let me go back and do that. It does credit him as, commander. Hello, little guy. Hey! Why you got one hand out? Look at that little guy. Sorry, I took your hand. Well, I guess I didn't take your hand. He still has umbrella on it. I guess this is still umbrella working here, but like... It's the same. It's the same goddamn voice actor. If it's not Hunk, it's definitely Hunk's. Like he taught him. But like, which way did I come from? That way. Why was there one? Oh, I guess
Grace
there's
should
two.
be just up ahead.
Oh, Grace. Grace don't even know what she's doing here. Grace, umbrella's not good. Oh,
Grace.
oh, well, rip.
This is where we are. The world is under threat. The technology to control another's
That's okay. I
will
don't really care
already
too much right now.
exists,
I just want to
but
play
it's
the
not
story.
efficient at infecting others. I believe Spencer solved that with Elpis. The connection sealed Raccoon City to save it for themselves, and it's been waiting here ever since.
Okay.
This is as far as we could get. If the wrong password is entered, the Ark will be destroyed, and Elpis will be lost forever. So tell me, Grace, what's the password?
I don't know.
Of course you do. You're the...
Leon!
Don't embarrass yourself, Mr. Kennedy.
Elvis Presley.
Fucking...
You can't beat me.
Yes, Reynard.
Aren't we fancy?
That's a fucking massive... Oh... Yeah, but it ain't Wesker. It's the same experiment as Wesker, though. I love Grace. Leon's a full-grown adult. She has anxiety. The dodge a pu-
You still need me, right?
Chris, I'll fucking grill me now. Oh. Ball.
Come on! Grab
Oh, are we going down? Oh, also his organs are exploding on the inside.
I got you.
Where the fuck are you going, Leon?
Are you okay?
No, he's dying. Hi, Nikki.
Like $1 million
Hello. I'm more concerned about Leon.
Where does this take us?
You're
It
just
has
as
to
good
be
as
Hunk
mine.
then. He's probably just commander now because... Ew.
Time to get off. Come on.
Actually, you sure is slow when a bullet isn't aimed at him? Yeah, you're so right. He can dodge a bullet, but he
What
can't
now?
dodge a whole arm. You know? Then... Hey, it's just like in Resident Evil 2 when we leave either End or Ada or Sherry, and they're just passed out in the goop. They're just passed out in the goop. You know, you get the choice. Which one do you want to have passed out in the goop? Ada or Sherry? Now we have Leon. Oh, I love Grace. She's a little baby. Me too. You want to be passed out of the goop? I don't think you want to be passed out of the goop. Just hands. Oh, it's getting worse.
Leon, are you okay?
Oh yeah, he's getting a lot worse.
Thumbs out.
I don't know. A while.
But yeah, that's what I was saying, 'cause he is the same voice actor. I recognized him immediately. He did haunt me because I wanted to say Keith David. I was like, no, why do I want to say Keith David? Because his name's Keith.
Stage 3 infection.
If you're so sick, why would you come here?
This place. Raccoon City was where it all began for me. When it all happened, I couldn't make a difference. So I am here now.
We can't stop Zeno.
He said something about you having a password. What was he talking about?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
He must be stinky. He must be really
back.
stinky.
I'm gonna destroy Elvis.
I'm coming with you.
No, you're not.
She
I
also
don't
probably
want
stinky,
any
but
more
I don't know.
regrets.
Leon looks more
Whatever it
stinky.
takes, count me in.
She is literally the key. She just don't know she is
If anything
Leon.
happens to me, you promise you'll end this.
I promise.
She's just a child. Ah, fuck. Oh god. Oh god, the switchback. Okay. Oh. Sorry, Leon. Oh, I forgot I can do that with...
Look, there's a door over there.
That's very jarring.
Crane's blocking it, though.
We could climb this sludge. We so could. Excuse me. Wait, I could stare at him. I forgot I can actually, like, look at him and stare at him. I do love Grace.
I can check it out for us. You think you can give me a boost?
Guess we're about to find out. Come on.
Oh, poor Leon. Well. Well. Well, I don't want to go in there, Grace.
Watch out for yourself up there, yeah?
I will.
Do I not? do I not? Do I? Oh. Do I not get any weapon? Get one of the miniguns? Yeah, I have one bullet. One gun, one bullet. Oh, hey, look, I have the blood pack still. I have the blood pack in my pocket. How useful. I was just gonna stand on top
Once
of
I
it.
go down, there's no getting back up.
Well, I don't think there's anything. I don't really care. I'm going down.
Oh,
Me and my one bullet. Me and my singular bullet. Shall we go on a little trip? Let me meet on. Now you're starting to get with one bullet. Yep. Got me one bullet to my name. Okay, I just have to keep track of the time.
System locked. Override key required for reactivation.
Oh, that's suspicious. You have You have a key that you have to unlock, and to unlock the key, you have to find the key to unlock the key. Can't I live in a state that doesn't allow? Yes. Exactly. Bogways. I mean, you could say that, but he did in fact give her a gun earlier on. So he has already given her a gun. He's done it before. Oh my god, is it back to ink ribbons? Fuck yeah. I really did miss the ink ribbons, and I was like, oh, okay. So we can't save? Yippee! Oh, I forgot I have that. I also have the hourglass, which I wonder what I could use that for. Okay, what's that got? What's that got? Cool, I can make Requiem bullets. Can't use it. Different state. If I could zoom out all the way, we're not in a different state. We're just in the next city over. Like, we're literally just right next to each other. Did I put it in my pocket? I think I had already examined it, I'm pretty sure. Whoa, I spun it way too fast. I had already examined it during, when we first got it. Please. Oh god, no, I want it to, like, be perfect. But yeah, no, they're in the same exact, state. So, that would never last. That would never stand. Because, Mr. Leon, you already gave her a weapon. You can give her some. You can spare some mere ammo. He's just gonna be sitting down there. I see. Put that back. I have 4 ink ribbons still. I guess since we're on Grace now, we're gonna save up here. So what do I have in my pocket? I have 100 of that. I have a lot of healing items. But I do like that. Do I have some ammo? It's had a check mark next to it. kind of want to take a scrap with me. What was takeout? That's the thing with this. I'm gonna look at that again. Increases knife power and durability. I'll make a knife maybe. I don't know. Let's see. Not what I want. I want to. No. You spin me right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby, right round, round, round. I know there's something else with this. Look at all these pages. I don't miss Gideon at all. I really don't. Anyways, we're gonna put that back in there. I will keep that. I have a lot of health with me. Area, archives, Dora.
Okay, just beyond here.
So I need the umbrella. Wahoo, wahoo, wahoo.
Warning. Threat level orange. Confirmed in storage sector. Critical error. Containment lockdown failure.
It's flurry outside? That's not good. But meowdy howdy, Gothic. I hope you're well. Boy, yep. Yep. Just gonna turn that off. They can't see, but
Can't see.
God, they look so cool though. Like they put a little bit more detail into them because of the back spine, the way you can see that. It is a different version of them, but like, oh, there's so many of them. Oh my god, Grace. 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 Okay. There is a safe back there as well. Okay, that one's on the other side of the glass. It's like, please don't let somebody be right there. A knife! No, you know what? We're just gonna keep that. Okay. Does that show up on? Okay, it does show up on there. I don't want to. I don't have a go for it, so I'm not gonna try it. Is this can open? Looks like it's spurting out. Oh, okay. That's good. Oh. Really don't like it. I really don't like these. Don't twitch. Don't twitch like that. Nah. I see what I must be done. I don't think I can aim that far. I don't like when they're on the roof, the ceiling like that. They're so gross. For auditions? Gothic, I haven't finished memorizing my monologue. I'm really fucking nervous and it's starting to hit me a little bit more. So I feel like the nervous in my tummy doesn't help that I filled this with GG subs. So that's not gonna help me. I learned this monologue last night. So I have like the last that had all of my papers. No, how much that? I had like the last bit of the monologue right here that I'm trying to memorize. I haven't looked at it though since I started stream, which is fine. I was messaging my friend Keys, who is in charge. He has an ASM It's not too long. It's just that it's Shakespeare, so it was a little bit harder. But I have the like first. I have a good chunk of it down and memorized. The last two like little sections that I have are ones that I'm like wishy-washy. One more solid than the other. That part, however, it's the last part of it though. My friend was telling me it's fine. Go attack that thing. Can you hit it? Yeah. Ew, I don't like that he's like ring. Okay, you're useless to me. I almost let him touch me. I don't want that. Useless, I say. Useless. Where he could go. Can you go back on the ceiling actually now? I like you better on the ceiling than on the floor. Will not lie. The brain is so much more detailed. Ew. I wonder if I could get him to hit the other guy. I know if he really attacks, he could, but he didn't like attack. It was only curiosity. Sorry, Grace, I'm just making you like sitting here with these monsters. Okay, well now he's not going anywhere, so now I need him actually to go over there. Yeah, hustle your little buddy. Hustle over there. Yeah, talk to each other. They're talking to each other, they're communicating. I wonder if I could. More curiosity. Yeah, I have one bitch there. What did I get? Is that two? It's one. Well, that's quite rude. What? Is that two? I'll have scraps. News. Me have that. Me have not one scrap. Me take. And me make. Yes. More curiosity, I say, is the shark attacked a victim? Well, he didn't do anything. How much in system? Me take. Me need. That bitch there is waiting. You, why can you do that? Okay, so what did it say about this? Create sulfuric acid highly affected our enemies that are exposed tissues. Rather interesting. So I could kill him. Yes. Please walk that way. Yes. Please perish. Don't come in here. You don't want to see it. Trying to save the poor dog.
I think this is gonna make a loud noise.
Is there anything else of which I can get in here? But there is that in that. But I need a key reader to do that, so I think I need to go back and do whatever I need to do anyways. Hello, Joel. How are you? Sure, you got some friends out, don't you? I'm gonna throw one on him. Oh. I have two. I might as well use it. You gonna come investigate your friend's death? Well, what was that noise? There his friend is. Gotta work. Shh. Okay, everybody, we gotta talk very softly. Joel is at work. We can't get him in trouble. That man right there is very rude. Very rude. Okay. I'm trying to think about the monologue. Okay, we're trying to... Hey, buddy. I wonder if... We're gonna do an executive decision? Hold on, let me back up. Faraway zombies look like zoomies? And I was like, oh my god, chat zoomies. Why have I never thought of that? Chat has zoomies! Chat has zoomies!
Hey, everyone near him, XCA. He's not working.
Okay, I don't like his pitter-patters. Oh! Good heavens! I was right there. Anyway, so he's dead. I fear less now. Good executive decision. Last 3 hours, time for lunch. Fuck yeah! Lunchtime! I'm gonna make an ink ribbon. Might as well. And then steal the rest of his blood. I'm stealing blood. Hey, do you guys want to try to go over this thing in my office? I'm in my... Good thing I'm in my office. What am I turning to? Go tell him. Light. I'll put that right there. Into the woods. Heat tomorrow night. Pursue it. God, fucking Shakespeare, why must I talk in such a way? Even though I talk like that normally, truth be told, but like, yeah, I don't want to. Is a doctor trying to steal my blood for test? Reynard, I require thy blood. Hand over. Hand over blood. Oh, bye, dude. Oh my god. Okay, that was quite rude. That scared me. Oh my god. Grace, I don't like that you went through that because... Okay. Because I killed them. She stepped on that as if I was gonna make a noise. Like, as if I made a noise and the Licky boys were gonna come after me. Fuck you, sorry. Just wanted to bully you really quick. Sorry. Pardon me, excuse me. Pardon me, excuse me. Bottle? And I want to look at this. I don't think I have anything of which I can use for this. Oh. Oh, oh. Hold on. I didn't want to actually use you. Okay. Okay. Ring around the rosy. Let's go. Your friend hasn't noticed. Come this way. Okay, you walk relatively fast. I did not like the animation that was played. That was to notify the Licky boy. That closes, right? Yeah. That the Licky boys hurt you. Oh my god. Blood for the blood god. Blood for the blood god. Yes, Reynard. I require your blood for the blood god. Okay? A small donation for the blood god. Okay, I don't really want this anymore. I put my knife away. I want to put that away.
So I have 5 saved up. I have 8 empty tins. I have a shit ton of healing. And I have 2 extra bullets. Not that many extra bullets, but that's okay. Hello? Fuck. Maybe I should have saved, but I don't really care. Yeah, they look so much cooler because they're like hip bone, the pelvis bone. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. It's like so much more defined, like they used the bones, even the shoulder blades. That's really cool. Like they basically look the same, but since they are a different version, they have slight upgrades. Is there anybody in here? Hey, Leon, you wouldn't believe what I just went through. It's locked. What did I get? Oh, oh, I have the override key. And then I don't know what key that is. But beep. Oh, actually, that was a really loud beep beep. Leon, I got air conditioning. I got air conditioning up in here, Leon. Leon, I got air conditioning.
All right, Leon.
Can I watch him go
Be
up?
careful.
Oh, there he is.
Going too.
I want to watch him though. Oh, he's very slow. He is on stage 3. He's not on stage 4 yet. Oh, that's pretty good. What time is it now? I feel sick to the tummy. Maybe I shouldn't. No, I will go to auditions. It'd be fun in game. I just need to go over the monologue again, and I think I worried because I haven't gone over it in a bit, but it's not like it's gone. I slept and it was still there, you know? I did sleep at 1:30 a.m., almost 2 a.m., because I was just sitting there laying in my bed, reciting the monologue as if I was a teenage girl talking on the phone, telling my friend the newest gossip. Worked pretty well. I don't know where he is. Oh, I see him. Are we gonna go up on the walls? I don't want to stare at your butt. Please go up on the walls. Yeah, their bones are much more prominent. Don't take a nap. Go up on the walls. Go to windows. Nope, not to my stairs. To the walls. And climb up right there now, please. Literally just fucking back it up. If I back it up. That was scary, Reynard. Very scary. Don't follow me. I feel like I should save now. Because they're very scary. Did I put that away? I did. I just clicked instead of like... Pick one. I didn't do much. Yeah, I don't like the licky boys. I don't like the licky boys at all. I do like having 2 different saves. Okay, so I really want to go in there, but let's... I guess it'll open both doors anyways. What a weird key. Bam. What a weird room. This does feel very much like, I don't think I have the tools. The way through the door, so I do need to go through that door now.
Threat level red in storage sector. Rebooting AI control center. Noah.
Oh, is this like the fucking Red Queen? Okay, this feels quite safe. Okay, I'll read that in a second. Nothing. Got a bottle. Oh, okay, we'll go through this then. Oh, I can... Oh, bottle of acid. Various other items. I love that. Various other items. What is various Molotov? Okay, bottle of acid. I will be making those. Oh. Okay, so I can craft antique coins. Okay. No, I can take those and I can turn any of those unused items into scrap. Because I think I have one extra antique coin. I would like to make a bottle. We have 2 saves. Let's read. Assembly minutes. Checking database access request. The following data was found. Minutes of the 51st assembly meeting. Transcribed by AI Control Center NOAA. This reminds me of the Red Queen. We heard the key. The state we heard the key. Grace Ashcroft has finally been found. It's been 28 years. I'm dropping my water bottle. Oh my god. We occupied Ark. Are you sure she's the one? Who the fuck is the state? That's somebody's name. The state. Because then there's Z, which is for Timu Wesker. Without a doubt, there is no need to worry. More importantly, don't you think your withdrawal from the treaty is too blatant? It's a bluff. The United States is and always will be the center of the world. Oh, good heavens. The Basalt are fully under control as well. Are there any changes in product supply? Okay. Started calling him Timu Wesker? Yes. He may be hot, but he's not my Wesker. But I still love him. I do like him. I mean, Wesker himself, too, likes all the experiments anyways. The Wesker family line is just an experiment. Where the fuck does that go? Oh. No, where the fuck does that go? I was like, oh, it goes there. No, it doesn't. I did need to go. Oh. I kind of want to go back to the other room, but I'll open this. Hold on, Grace. I don't want to go there yet. I won't go back to the other room. I can freely run in this room. This does remind me of Alien Isolation of, I can't run. I can't run. Okay. I literally, oh my god, she must be so stinky. I keep saying that, but because she looks so grutty. I don't know if there's any new licky boys over here. Ow. But I know there's a zombie right here. I don't know why I look so disgusted, but... Oh, he's twitching in there too. I don't want to kill him unless I implode him, you know? I do like that they go on a F. On a F. Oh my god, what happened in here? Oh my god, what the fuck happened in here? Okay, there's a man over there. There's no man over here. Okay, infusion bag. Not like stunned appearance, so what the fuck? Sorry, I sneezed while having a nosebleed. No! Reynard, put the blood back in your body. Ooh, ball. Ooh. Oh. Animus orb. Oh, that's not a good sign. Hey, bring around the rosy. Everybody over here.
He has a knife! You know, I am so glad I killed the Licky Boys in there. Orb.
Dude, the one has a fucking knife. He ran at me with a knife. He broke out of his little cell, grabbed a piece of glass, was like, hello? I'm gonna go after her with this glass. How rude.
I am slightly scared to run here. Orb. Can I store the orb in here? Because I'm pretty sure the orb goes in this. But I don't really want to carry the orb. Orb. Hold. Hold thy orb. It hold thy orb there. You ever just have somebody to hold thy orb? Do I still have my monologue open on my phone? Hold on, let's see. If I open it? Oh no, I had up Keith still there. Okay. Oh, now I do. I did still have it. I guess if I don't get the wording exactly right, it's okay. I just need to know it. I am scared of this room. This is... I hate when it's so nice and prestige because... well, pristine, I should say. Because then I expect something to break through the walls. And murder me. In... prime... umbrella fashion. I hear him.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
How many deaths make? One? Ugh. Hydrate? That can be possible. Oh fuck, that's something. Okay. Emergency supply 1090. Oh, we went downstairs. Yep, that's what I thought. Is that one where I left all those fucking zombies? Oh my god. Oh man, he's right there. Hey, so I don't like him. And I know there's gonna be more of them, so we might as well check out. My bad, G. How many do I need? 80. I need 30 more. Not gonna lie. I don't know what that noise was. Oh, it was you. Me dare not shoot my weapon. Me dare not. Me might combust. And by that I mean implode. Still there, buddy? Oh no, but you're there. Oh, don't just roll over his body. Okay, yeah, you're just gonna put it in his dick. Okay. Don't come near thine. Okay, we are gonna implode this guy because I don't mind dealing with the normal zombies. I think they're a little bit more manageable. Also, thank you, Quiet, for the hydrate and stretch. I will stretch because I do want to get up in a second. I am like physically trying to look around these corners. Whoa. He's just standing there menacingly. I need to stop trying to physically look around the corners. It's hurting my neck. So I'm just like... Ooh, what's this? Oh, that's gonna make a noise. Pockets. I went through a couple of stages of emotions there. Pocket space! And another bottle. Fuck you! I don't know if I hear
another licky boy, or more zombies. I keep on stabbing him in the dick. I do really want to. What is that? Scraps. Well. Oh. Oh, I guess I'll use that. And you know what we're gonna make? Another bottle of acid. So to me it appears that there is no more licky boys. And it's only zombie? What if I go to the bathroom right now? I'll just leave you guys with him. Do you want to watch him for me, dog? Thank you. That was a very impressive moment. I don't think it killed him, though. I do have so much healing that it ultimately is fine. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, so they one-shot Grace. Ew! I guess I should try to dodge. That far. I didn't expect two. I hit them both, though. I did hit them both. I don't think... Oops. I have to redo a lot. That's fine. I should probably just go to the bathroom now. Never seen that before. Yeah, that was crazy. I didn't expect two coming around that corner. So that was quite horrifying. I won't lie.
Threat level red in storage sector. Rebooting.
I'm just gonna click all this to make sure that, like, I have it.
Noah.
Hey, does anybody remember what that fucking code was?
Oh, no.
What if I go there after and I do all this first? I think I'll do that. Do I have... So... Oh man, then I popped that guy's head and everything. So there's 4 of them in that room. And I think that's disgusting. Because I have no weapons. I can't really make any... Like that up on the would love to make more of these. Probably will be able to because I still have 3 empty spaces. I do still gotta go to the bathroom and I probably should. I do need to watch the time because now it's coming closer to where I find here. There's nothing here. It's when I get down below. Oh yeah, so there's 2 on this side and I assume 2 on that side. It's gonna be very hard. That first one is the one that I really gotta open. Oh my god. This isn't hard, this is just stressful. I can just walk. Take that. This is the little code. Hey, buddy. I didn't expect you there. Right meow. Oh, I didn't go over, so I didn't get that one. Because I need 80 to make one. I would like to get rid of these 2. There's 2 on the other side, and those are also very problematic. I guess it's choose your fucking battles. I'd rather be left with zombies and deal with those repercussions than deal with Licky Boys. You know? More spicy. Can I hit him from here? Yay! See, but they all just, I mean, the zombies do move kind of slow. You are gross. Oh my god, he's moving his body. Man, and I popped his head. I don't know if these guys turned into crimson. Ooh, I don't have enough. Okay. Oh? Hello? No, don't waste that precious bottle. I don't want to shoot. I'm balls into the walls in this. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that. I forgot. It takes... Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god. You know? Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. No, you know what? Oh my god. Oh my god. He's right behind me, isn't he? You even didn't want to eat me. I'm suffering. Oh my god, he can chase me. Oh my god, she's so slow. Oh my god, she's so slow. How far can he follow me? I don't think he can follow me here, but he... I hear him slowly walking back. I'm gonna see if I can go get some blood over there and make another bottle to take away one of them. Because there is two over there, as we witnessed when I hit two of them with a fucking bottle. I do need to kind of go to the bathroom. So let's stop here. Like, in a sense, let me take a pit stop here. Oh. Yes. B, I haven't finished learning my monologue. I'm gonna go piss crawl really quick. You guys can stay on this little menu. It's everybody and you get Nessie.
I ate dry cereal and hate myself. How you doing?
Okay. There's your Nessie. He's acting up again? It be that way. It's okay. Don't fall in. I will not. Let me just take my mug.
Hold on, I gotta put Nessie. I want to throw up everything. I want to throw up. That sounds so fucking aggressive. It's just like, oh no, are you not feeling well or what? No, I'm so fucking. I'm so. Nessie, oh, don't worry. Don't worry. Nessie's just up there. Nessie has ascended. Don't worry. Nessie is watching over you all. B, I try to pick a nice outfit today, and I'm trying to look very whimsy and, royalty-esque. I want to throw at B. I'm gonna feel like that until I get home later. Do you want to hear what the monologue is in the sense of every single sentence and see if I remember it? Would you like to see that? All I have here are the first letters of all the sentences of how it's written. No. Oh, hail Nessie. Correct, Kip. Correct. My royal dreaming? Damn. Breathe? I am breathing, B. Unfortunately, my tummy is not. The section down here, though, I have a whole section here, and that is every single word in the sentence, but only the first letter, because that's the part that I don't really know. The last part, let me see if I remember it. Where does that say? So boyish love. So the boys, yeah, because that's such a weird. So the boy love. Jude. What is that word? What is that word? P. Hold on. Hold on. I have my Shakespeare video up. No, earlier. Yeah, later. Perjured. I ain't ever gonna fucking remember. The boy, yes, the boy. So the boy love is perjured everywhere. What the fuck does that mean? The boy busted all over the place. I love it. I love this form of learning because if we go down sentence, hold on. Let me just take out all of this so nothing falls out. So it basically goes, I'm forcing you to learn Shakespeare with me. But it everywhere. You can't even see the letters. But it goes, how happy other or some can be. And then it goes to, let me just hold it here. And then it goes to, through Athens, I am known as fair as she. But what of that? Demetrius think not so. He knows. He knows. He knows. He knows. He will not know what all but he know. That's the fucking shit that got me. Last night I was crashing out. I was midway folding through laundry. Kev knows this experience when you're just all like silently folding laundry, and I broke the silence and I looked at my friend and was like, I fucking hate Shakespeare. I can't say this sentence right. He will not know what all but he do know. As he errs, doting Hermia's eyes, so do I, admiring of his qualities. Think so base and vile. Sorry, I just imagined going up to Jason and do that. So do I. Think so base and vile, folding no quantities. Love can transpire to form and dignity. Love look not with the eyes, but with the mind. Therefore, winged Cupid painted blind. Nor hath you imagine Leon saying this with you? It's so fucking funny. Nor hath love's mind any judgment taste. That's also one that fucks me up. Nor hath love's mind nor any judgment taste. Such a weird way. Nor hath love's mind any judgment taste. Wings and no eyes. Figure unheedy haste. And therefore, said love is to be a child. Beautiful. I'm gonna go up to Jason, say it exactly like this, okay? Love said to be a child, because in choice
So oft beguiled, a waggish boy. I look like I'm trying to spit rhymes at you, like a waggish boy and game themselves forswear. So boy love, what is that? What was that word? Hold on, everybody, we gotta pause. What's that word? Perjured. I'm gonna forget that word. So the boy love is perjured everywhere? Sounds similar to Simlish. It does. It really does with some of it. Thank you. Fucking Simlish! So the boy love is perjured everywhere? That really sounds like he busted. Ere Demetrius. Oh, this was the part that I don't know fully. Ere Demetrius looked on Hermia's this is where we get iffy. Okay, this is where we get iffy. Keeves did reassure me that somebody from last time did forget half of their monologue and still got casted, so I'm like, because I have the first part down. It's when it gets to, so the boy love is perjured everywhere. Ere Demetrius looked on Hermia's eye. He hailed oath that he was only mine. And he's a lying bitch. Because, sorry, I'm bringing it back up because I don't know it fully. Where was that? E? What the fuck is E? What the fuck is E? What the fuck is butter? Ooh. Or air? Oh, I skipped so okay. What is this word? And when this hail, some heat from Hermia felt, so dissolved, and showers of oath did melt. Anyway, so that you can see where I'm starting to struggle, but like for the first part, you know, pretty freaking good. I say that as if I didn't really act that, but you gotta see the so do I, admiring his qualities. It might honestly help me memorize it faster by doing silly little things. Because I'm like, oh my god, yes, oh my god. But this is how it be. I honestly did not go to bed right away when I got home because I needed to eat chips because I felt really sick. But I was eating chips and then I realized, oh my god, this sounds like when you're talking on the phone with your best friend telling like the gossip of like, this is why this guy just broke up with me. Like everybody's be saying that I'm just as pretty as her, but like, no, he's just looking at her, bro. And I'm sitting there just like, wow, he's really nice and really cute. But no, he only has eyes for her. So Cupid's stupid. And I don't believe in love. That's what she's saying. Straight, really? Damn? Yeah. It's your life, I guess. I literally sat on my bed eating my chips, legs crossed as if I had a phone like that, just like swinging my chip around like, ugh. Speaking Shakespeare at almost 2 a.m. That's what I was doing last night. Wiggling my little chip. Okay. What is this? So the boy love is perjured. Is that what that fucking word? Perjured everywhere. For ere Demetrius looked on Hermia's eye. It does sound like Simlish. He hailed oath that he was only mine. Mine? Mine. And hail. And when this hail, some, God, it's so weird. And when this hail, some heat from Hermia's felt. Hermia's felting what? I need a break from the Licky Boys, and I haven't looked at this in a while. This was what I was staring at all night at work. Just this. You say speaking Shakespeare like a different language, and you know what? That's not inaccurate. Yeah, it is like a different language. Except also I talk in such broken English in general, or very Simlish. But then, unfortunately for me right now, is that my brain's like, well, this is very broken. Let me fix this. And I'm like, no, it's supposed to be. What is it? He hailed down. No. He hailed down oaths that he was only mine. And when this hail, some heat from Hermia's felt. Bro, what the freak says it did? Yeah, that's exactly that. Hail some heat from Hermia's belly, so he dissolved. And showers of oath did melt. Sounds weirdly good in a southern accent. Yeah, no, it's completely right. You want me? I'll do this whole thing in the southern accent. I'm gonna actually read it because I'm gonna fuck it up in the southern accent. How happy some or, because like or is like over, but it's saying like or. I need to not say it. Or. Resident Evil stream? No. Shakespeare stream. How other can be through Athens. I am thought as fair as she, but what of that? I was supposed to be finishing errands, but now instead I've been laid up on the couch with the worst guy. Shannon, I'll beat the shit out of your uterus. Revving up my... Maybe I shouldn't say revving up my fist. But revving up my... I'm gonna punch it out of you, you know? You can learn Shakespeare with me. That's all I'm saying here. I'll beat the shit out of it though, because I do know cramps are awful. They might feel amazing. No, honestly, yeah. I can concur. It'll just turn into a nice little massage. Or the pain will overwrite the pain of that, and then it's a different pain. Oh, hey, B. I found my lucky cat. As a side note for you, B, I need to message my other friend because I told her I lost it. Yeah, it found its way home. So I need to put it back on my phone. Anyways, how happy some or other can be. Through Athens, I am... If you hear me mumbling Shakespeare, okay, don't take note of it, okay? I'm gonna go through this and kill all these guys and be mumbling Shakespeare, okay? Let's see how well I do under pressure. Maybe I should start memorizing just the bottom half of it. Okay, so the boy love is... I'm gonna skip this guy until afterwards. They're all gonna come in there and that's fine. Yeah, I see y'all. Y'all gonna wake up. I don't know why I'm yelling at him. So the boy love is perjured. Perjured. Fuck you. I'm pushed him down anyway. Yeah, it is almost 4 hours. You are correct, and thank you for letting me know. Because I do need to make sure so that I can eat a little bit beforehand. I ran at him instead of, like, away from him. Okay, sit down. Sit, boy, sit. It's about to get bumping in here. Okay. Shakespeare, but under pressure. What's the last part? Let's go over the last part. Stopping everything midstream just to speak Shakespeare. So the boy love perjured everywhere. Ere Demetrius looked on Hermia's eye, he hailed oath that he was mine. And when this oath, if I get it wrong, it's fine. And when is it? And when this hail? Yeah, and when this hail some heat, Hermia fell. So he dissolved, and showers of oath melt. Yeah, fuck it up. I don't remember the last part. That's not even the end of it, but I could end it there. I could realistically end it there if I don't remember the rest of it. But then it's an epiphany of like, oh, hold on. I gotta have this whole thing. I will go tell him of fair Hermia's flight. To then the woods he will go tomorrow night. Pursue her, and this is where I don't remember anything. Let's see. And for this intelligence, if I have thanks, it is a dear expense. But what is this? But herein, why did I attack? Oh, that's right. But herein mean I enrich my... No. Herein mean I meet... If I go away from this, there's gonna have to be 5 zombies. Anyways, Goober, let's do that. 11, 19... A 16, you're doing good because you built your PC. Not fully. We still need some more parts, but you know, it's getting there. I will go tell him a fair Hermia's flight.
Meow and YA.
Nya. Nya. I will go tell him a fair Hermia's flight. Then to the woods. It won't make sense. Then to the woods will he, tomorrow night, pursue her. And, for this intelligence, if I have thanks, it is a dear and... I don't like the pausing of that. And for this intelligence, if I have thanks, it is a dear expense. But herein mean I to enrich my pain, to have... My favorite! To have his sight thither back again! To have his sight thither and back again. I love that word, thither. Thither. I'm happy so... Oh. Did I click anything weird on the side? Okay, I did it. Stream's still going. My mouse was not in the game. I'll have you know. Mouse was not in the game. Happy some or other can be. Through Athens I am known as fair as she. But what of that? Demetrius thinks not so. Oh my god, his neck! Don't kill me, please. He's gonna kill me. He didn't like my Shakespeare. He didn't kill me. He didn't kill me. Fuck you. I got supplies. Okay. 10, 90, 20. 10, 90. Oh, fuck. Yeah, okay. Fuck. 10, 90. Yeah. Oh. Okay, so we leave. Okay. Where was I in Shakespeare? How happy can or other some be? Some be can be, not some be. That's B's here in chat. It's not some random B, okay? I feel like I should say... I try to get the other ball. I think I'm gonna save though because I killed 2 of that, so like it's a lot of back and forth right now. Me? B? Yeah, you're B. It can be. Not some B. Can be. We're canning you, B. We're canning you. We're putting you in the can. I don't know why I'm so aggressive with that. Putting you in the freaking can. In the freaking? Putting you in the freaking can, bro. Get in the freaking can. Bottle of acid. I think yes.
Still have a ways to go.
Yes, we do, Grace. Okay, calm down.
If Leon's made it yet.
I don't know, but I feel sick to my tummy. Okay, what's the end of this? We're all in this together, okay? We're all in this together. What's the end of it? So this boy love perjured everywhere. That's such a weird word. Perjured everywhere. Ere Demetrius, look on Hermia's eye. So he hailed oaths. What the frickin' He hailed down oaths. I didn't finish reading that sentence. He hailed down oaths that he was only mine. And when this hail some heat from Hermia's felt, so he dissolved, and showers of oaths did melt. Light bulb pops above the head. In real life. I will tell him of fair Hermia's flight. Then... Sorry, I made eye contact with the zombie. Then to the woods will he tomorrow night. Then to the woods will he tomorrow night pursue her. And for this intelligent... What the fuck's the rest? I don't know why I looked at that book. It don't have it there. Hold on. And for this intelligence, if I have thanks, it is a dear expense. But herein mean I to it. But who am I? It's really saying, who am I to gloat in my pain, my winnings? She's... Yeah, come over here. I'm looking at the other guy back there, too. Hi, Gilbert. I do hope you're enjoying the show of me losing my mind while saying Shakespeare. Okay. Oh, Mr. Licky Boy, where art thou? I am going to burn you. Oh. Hey, brother in Christ. Oh, what's this one? Emergency supplies, 50, 60, 80. Oh. There's a man right next to me. Okay. Race be faster. Ow. Did I get enough? Now I definitely have enough. I hope this doesn't kill me though. I don't think it does. I think she's uncritical.
Get off me.
Hold on. Wait, do I not have a bottle? Ooh. You know what I do have, however? Fire. Hey, what was that thumping? I did have fire. No clue what type of melodic chants you're chanting, but it's jingling my sleep sensors. I'm speaking Shakespeare. She immune to zombification? I don't know. Watching this while I'm taking a big fat stinky shit. Good job. Don't be stinky like Leon. Oh. Maybe I shouldn't test my... I'll get that later. No, what if I don't get this later? I'm learning Shakespeare. I have a monologue I have to perform later. But other than that, I'm doing quite well. We just killed 2 licky boys here. Oh, that's perfectly fine. A crowd? 2 of my theater friends. Oh, you have a crowd. Oh, a knife. So you're telling me they're watching me mumble my Shakespeare? You do a lot of plays. I try to. Fuck you. Beep. Beep, bop, boop, bop.
What difficulty?
Oh my god, that was awful. Standard classic. Ooh. Grace, I don't care if your knife is broken. Oh, did that one have a zombie in it? I don't really need to be killing these guys, but I know I'm gonna have to run back here later. And I'm kind of just mad at them. Oh. You have my knife in you! That bitch has the knife in him. Did I take your blood? That's the one that I opened. Okay, bye-bye. Okay. Dude, oh, thank you. I hope your bowel movements are good as well.
AI Control Center. Noah. Reboot failure. No response.
I don't want Noah to reboot.
Continue.
Bottle of acid. I do like one of those. And we'll just make that.
Protocol inactive.
And then we take more blood.
Containment protocol inactive.
What's this? Ink ribbon? I don't have a knife. We're shooting him. Yeah, I think I will save. I just saved before coming into here, but you know, fuck it. That smooth stuff up. Fuck yeah! Good. As it should. Have good bowel movements. Those are good for you. Projector. I just didn't really need more health. That's a save station. Where was the other save? Oh, it's in the monitor room. Okay, that's a safe place to be. Planet floor plan. Ooh. I want to go upstairs. But like in the bioweapon this room. I want to go to upstairs. Basically where we are, but like not through the It doesn't say it, but it looks like knobless. It doesn't have a knob orb. Claire can fall back asleep. Yes. Go sleep, Goober. I have to end soon anyways because I need to finish practicing this monologue. If you hear me, did I put that in my pocket? Okay, I did. If you hear me mumble more Shakespeare, no, you didn't. Absolutely not. You didn't. I left a booble. I left a booble. Oh. Oh, I see. I left one out here, and I really would like those. Oh, it's on that side. Okay. Well, I'm gonna get my wish. I want to go over there. Good luck. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What is he at? For boyish? For boy love. Perjured. That's a weird freaking word. Perjured everywhere. Air Demetrius. Come here. Burr. Air Demetrius. Demetrius looked. Oh. Sorry, the man downstairs. Shakespeare coming along. You know, car. I had a crash out about it last night because I was like, I can't fucking say this right. And then I got home. Oh, thank you for that follow button there, Nico. Thank you, thank you. Sound not go off. I like that sound. I will get those after I kill him. I could jump down. I do not wish to do that. But I realized, Car, the monologue I'm doing from Midsummer, I switched to Midsummer because I was gonna do 12th Night, but then Keys was like, I've heard like 3 people already say they're gonna do that, so do that one. I was like, eh. Okay. This was my other choice anyway, so it's fine. But she... Oh my god. Crusader buddies, yay! I kind of assumed because they came in like a wombo combo, you know? Oh. Hey, can he like get down? It is Helena. Oh, good heavens. Please. Yes, yes, yes. How nice of him. An empty bottle. Stealing his blood. Act 1, Scene 1. It is... Yeah, her name's Helena, yeah? Oh, wait, I have it right here. Wrong way. Yeah, it is. I was like, it's not Hermia. She's talking about Hermia. I am having fun with the last bit because I can't memorize it well. It is making me sick to my stomach, but this is also what I get for learning it the night before. The stupid to the boy love. Perjured. Perjured everywhere. What the fuck? He's busting everywhere? B? Not B. Also B. I can't believe I didn't get to that part last night because then you would have had prime, ample, funny moment of me crashing out in the car about him busting everywhere, you know? Because that's what it sounds like. What is that? So correct B. Correct. Correct audiences over there. That was quite rude. You could have done that when I was over there. So, like, I could have, like, gone through faster.
If you guys have a prime, slap that prime on the table like a big fucking cock. Show everybody that you have a big fucking dick today and slap that prime on the fucking table right now!
Blister head can take a revolver. The blister heads are really strong, which, like, the crimson heads are really strong as well. Demonstrating? You're demonstrating? You're demonstrating the dream. What? Why, thank you. So he was a little close for comfort. He was a little too close for comfort there. Demonstrating. Ah. You're hitting me. You're hitting me. So the void love perjured everywhere. Air Demetrius looked on. Is it looked on? I want this. Hydrate. Like Midsummer? Because I did. No, real as hell. I do. Rat is a bitch. The rat is a bitch. The rat is a bitch. It do be 50, 60, 80. 50? 60? 80? Good character though. Yeah! Oh, I opened up every safe in the main game. Frick yeah. Blood. Use. Okay, so we have extra baubles. I have one there though. I was like, what the frick are these? Balls. Okay, I do need to end stream soonish though. But we're gonna put the balls in, okay? Remia's puppet monologue. I need a comedic Shakespeare monologue. That's probably a good one. I kind of like this one because some of the parts that I was watching for As You Like It, I feel like it fits well for, man, I forgot the main girl's name. But also, I wouldn't mind being the cousin. The two cousins. That's Grace. The two cousins in the show, the two main girlies, I really like them both. I think they would be really fun to play. Both. Honestly, yeah, Grace. Whoa is right. That's you. First assembly minutes. Checking database access requests. Okay, so no defense. The leakage of the T virus has caused an epidemic. If things continue like this, all eyes will be focused on Raccoon City. KD. Okay, where the fuck's the fence? KD. No. There's nothing to worry about. There's nothing to worry about. Ark has been secured. Commence the missile strike. The defense. We are lacking. Oh, presidential. Yeah, okay, because it wasn't the government who shot the missile. Neither organization is involved. There's no need for the usual procedures. The blame will fall solely on Spencer. Understood. With this, Umbrella will be dismantled and will seize their assets. Ooh. Okay. Going my friends, as you says. As you says? As you says. Shush. B is demonstrating all of the sounds. Examine? Yes, I think so. My favorite one. Oh. Lapidus.
I've seen this.
I feel really busy.
Something important. I'll explain later.
Does she still have that on her? She still has it on her? That's a big play button. Hey, it's movie time, everybody. Oh!
Shutting yourself away in a dark room like this is quite the change for you, after the life you've led.
Life takes unexpected turns, don't you think?
Looking back, do you feel that the choices you've made have contributed to your present circumstances?
Of course. What you sow, you reap. Isn't that the natural order?
So, tell me, Lord Spencer, what would you like the world to know?
The truth. But, a short break before we begin, Miss Ashcroft. I'm not a young man. I don't have the energy I once did.
My knees. Go to them all.
Why would Mom hide this?
Well, you weren't ready to know. Because you're not her child. We've kind of been over this. Just Ruby, right before I end. Leon, a few minutes earlier.
Okay.
The voice actor for Lord's... Oh no, Leon.
You alright, Leon?
I am now. Grace cleared the way for me.
That's not what I'm talking about. Your body can't take much more.
I'm gonna settle this.
I won't lie, Leon.
You just send us a chopper for immediate evacuation.
Your body can't take a lot, but somehow you're still like... You're still like kicking it. There's a lot of things that happen in 2 and 4 that I'm like, oh. We will save in here. We got the baby grill. I'm gonna pick up everything I can here.
Containment breach. System-wide surveillance failure detected.
It's just Leon. That is okay. I can't save in here. Hold on. We gotta find a save point. It's okay though because guess what? I have weapons again. And I'm not like. What the frick is that?
Over there.
This reminds me
Easy as pie.
of specifically Resident Evil 5 when they were trying to look for Jill and she was in all the capsules, you know? Maybe grip. Oh my god, they have weapons again! I love throwing stuff at them. Oh. Sorry guys. I'm just looking for a safe spot. Am I in like the same back rooms? I don't care about that one piece of scrap. Oh. Un forastero. Oh, Leon is reaching his limit. Sudden bouts of coughing and blurred vision will cause him to falter. You can only wait for these effects to subside. It's okay. If I just pull out my shotgun, I probably will be fine.
Oh shit.
Next one. Hello?
You've got to be
Oh
kidding
shit,
me.
I didn't see that. Okay, is my axe sharpened? We will do that. I was focused on how that was gonna be with shooting. Well, ooh, I do need to save and quit though. But I will... Frick, or I just refund you the points. Either or, because you do need to end, because it is at 4 hours. Fire, I can go back and refund you those points, because I do need to end. And or when I start up again next time, I can start with knife for 5 minutes. Somebody will just have to remind me. Honestly, I think I want to play this on Wednesday. I won't lie. I do. I want to finish up the game so badly. But I do need to go so I can finish memorizing my monologue. Is that a fair deal for you, Fire? Baby really young. You're close? I know. That's why I'm like, I would have tried to read this today, but then I decided, yes, fair deal? Cool. Okay, you just remind me on Wednesday. I think we'll play it on Wednesday. So we can finish it up, and then if I finish it up in time, then we can play some farm afterwards. So I think that's a fair deal. Oh. My Shakespeare's monologue's on my screen still. I won't lie. I love you all. Hold on. Let me get you some music before I just, like, boot you away. What's on my repeat songs right now? Let's do that. I really want this song. I really want this song. Just kicking us to the curb? Yeah, I am. Guess what? Do you want to learn Shakespeare with me? No, you don't. I'm gonna lose my mind. I have the So Boy Love perjured everywhere. I have that section down. It's the last section because I haven't really gone over it all. I could. No, you're so real for that. I actually would believe that. I would believe that very much. Other than that, we'll have the rest of Requiem on Wednesday and then Farm. I can't believe you're deciding to go to...
Bro, no, Charlotte, I literally decided last night, like, hard send, full send. I think Car, because, like, hold on. Thank you. Thank you, of you. Car, I think I decided to, I guess B should know this too. I'll text B. I'm just like, I could just put down that I only want certain roles. And then if I don't get those roles, I don't have to do it. And then I can go work on other projects. So I realized, oh, I could do that. That's something I can do. Like, that's something that people do. Yeah, because I don't want to waste all my time if I, like, super small role. Also, still, I kind of would. Not gonna lie. I miss rehearsals. But yeah. I'm going for the 2 girlies, for the 2 cousins. I should look up their names really quick. I want to say one of them starts with an... Ooh. Hold on. Please don't give me the entire play. I need the characters. Yeah, Rosalind. I was like, I'm pretty sure it's like it starts with an R. Rosalind and then Celia. They're both really cute and I do really like them. I do like those 2 a lot, so I would take either. Anyways, I do love you all. I will see you on Wednesday. And yeah. Not this socks. Fuck yeah! I'm gonna beat the shit out of them. I'm gonna come up there and literally I'm just gonna start throwing fists. I could be like, whoa, why are you fighting? I'm like, WWE time, everybody. I'm fighting. Break their fucking legs. Anyways, bye from here. I love you all. Thank you for letting me have a short stream today. I am sad because I do really want to finish the game. I said maybe we play farm afterwards, after we beat it. Maybe we just start the whole game again. I don't know. We'll see. Anyways, I love you all. Take care, and I will see you all on Wednesday. Bye-bye.